Alright, so to work on Captain America here, we're not going to start with actually a project that already has a human body, though we have a couple of basic male forms here. I'm actually going to come over here and go to where it says Tool, and I'm going to choose this little guy here called male_01. So I'm just going to come here. So a Z tool is kind of like a project, but you just load it differently. So I'm going to come here and just double tap on this. And nothing's going to happen. If I come here and close my light box, nothing's in my scene here. He's hanging out over here. So what I need to do is simply tap and drag once in my scene to bring him in. And then I'm going to come up here and hit the edit button. That's going to kind of make him no longer this like 2D image and make him a 3D guy that I can move my camera around. And you're going to see that by default you get this really weird material here. Let's come down here and just choose Zebra Paint so we can see what we're doing here. Now I don't like to sculpt with Zebra Paint because it's too bright, so I'm going to come over here and just tap on this and just choose that general matte cap gray for now, just so that we have, you know, a nice generic material to look at. I'm going to come over here also turn my floor on so you can see how big he is relative to everything else. And we're going to start with this guy. Now if I come over here to my subtool palette, you're going to see there are no other subtools but the body, but he does have eyes, so I need to kind of separate them from the head before we go too far. So I'm going to come over here. If I come over here and hit my little polyframe button, you're going to see these are all different poly groups. Remember we had these poly groups when we did the Joker. We're going to be using them a lot in this series of videos, so we're going to get used to using our selection tools, which is Control and Shift. So what I'm going to do is go to the eyes, which are their own separate poly group, and hold down Control and Shift to take it to my selection tool, and just tap on the eyes, right? It's going to select the eyes. Okay. Now I'm just going to hold down Control and Shift and tap on them a second time. It's going to hide everything but the eyes, so hide the eyes and bring back everything else, and just come down here and choose Split Hidden, and now the eyes are their own separate thing. Okay. So let's go ahead and rename this the eyes here, where it says male_02. So hit rename eyes. Okay. So what we're going to be doing basically here is we're going to be splitting him up into a lot of different parts, because he's got boots, he's got pants, he's got a belt, which is going to separate the torso from the legs, right? He's got gloves, and he's got the head. They're all going to be separate pieces, so we can work on them individually. But before we do that, I want to get the proportions a little bit more in keeping with what Captain America looks like here. So he's just a little bit skinny. So I'm going to make him a little bit bulkier, just a little bit, and I'm going to do that usually using the inflate tool. I don't want to use my move brush, because if you get your move brush and try and like make things bigger, it's going to get like that, right? And we don't want that. We want a nice kind of subtle effect. So I'm going to choose inflate and come here and make my brush fairly big, because you don't want to have it so small that you're just kind of like bulging out little pieces at a time. I'm going to make it fairly big and just lightly kind of just tap a little bit at a time, and move your camera around because it's going to inflate relative to where your brush is. So just keep that in mind. Again, don't make him bubbly and you know and too inflated. Just make him a little bit bulkier, right? I'm going to come in here and inflate the thighs, but again, inflate them in the front a little bit. Go to your side view, inflate the hamstrings a little bit, right? So like come in here and just make sure that you're inflating it in different directions, so that we're not just getting, you know, like just a big balloon shape here. Same thing here with the calves. Again, he's going to be wearing boots, so his ankles are going to be a little bit thicker, so just a little bit of inflate here, right? Don't overdo it, and you can always get your move brush if you need to and adjust the shape, the position of that a little bit if you need to. So just kind of keep that in mind, right? Take your time with this. You just want to kind of give it some thickness so that he's not quite so thin. And again, feel free to smooth if you go too far. We're going to sculpt more to kind of make the pants feel baggier, so don't worry too much. He's not going to be wearing like a, you know, like spandex or anything like that. So right now we're seeing a lot of shape. We're seeing a lot of like almost like a muscular shape as opposed to a pant shape. And that's okay. We're going to adjust that. Again, I just want to get the proportions roughly in place here before we start separating things. Get my move brush, come in here, and again, he's got kind of you got more traps than this, so I'm going to come here and kind of pull these up a little bit. Look at it from the back maybe, which is easier. Kind of pull those up a little bit. Look from the side view and kind of pull those out. Again, you just want to kind of make him a little bit bulkier. Get the lats here a little bit wider, so he has a little more of a widened back. Bring his waist out a little bit, right? Again, from the side, maybe bring the chest forward a little bit here. Again, don't overdo it. We're just getting kind of something that feels a little bit bulkier. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to widen his shoulders by actually pulling his arms out to the side. So I'm going to hold down Control, change my mask pen to my mask lasso. I'm going to mask out basically the arms to about the shoulder area, like right there. Control tap to invert. Now I'm going to control tap once on the mesh to blur that a little bit. Go to my move tool. I'm going to hold down Alt so I can move my move tool without anything getting messed up, and move it right on here, and just slide these shoulders out a little bit just to kind of widen that frame. Hit Q to make my move tool go away, clear my mask. All right, and looking a little bit better here. I'm going to just smooth this part down a little bit here, just to make it a little, like he needs to have a neck, so I'm going to kind of just get my move brush and just give him a little bit more of a neck. But for now, that's a good starting point. In the next video, we're going to start splitting him up into his parts. Now, before we start splitting him up into his parts, I do want to make a small adjustment to his proportions. I think that his legs are a little short for this bulky guy. So I'm going to hold down Control, got my masked lasso here. I'm going to just basically mask out everything from the waist down, just making sure you don't get any of the hands. Control tap to invert the mesh, the mask, hold down Control and tap on the mesh to blur it a little bit. Let's go to our move tool again, W. Now I'm going to hold down Alt and bring the move tool right down to pretty much where the mask line is. And I'm just going to grab this vertical scale and just scale it down like this. I just want to kind of make the legs a little bit longer. I feel that makes him look a little bit more heroic. And I'm going to also give him a little bit more of a neck. So I'm going to go to my side view, and I'm going to hold down my mask lasso, and I'll mask out the head to right about here. Okay, Control tap once on the mesh to kind of blur it. I'm going to go to my move tool again and just pull that green arrow down just a little bit, just to give him a little bit more of a separation between the head and the body. This feels a lot better to me. So I'm going to kind of get my little move brush here and just kind of adjust the leg proportions. But now I have the proportions that I want, and I think I can start splitting him up. So I want to kind of start planning for the different parts that we need to make, right? So clearly his head is going to be separate from his shirt. He's got that collar there, his skin. We want to separate the head from the collar. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So let's go again to polyframe so you can see what we have to work with here. So what I need to do is I need to basically have the neck go into the collar, but the collar come up a little bit as well. So take a look what I'm going to do. I'm going to come to my subtool palette and hit duplicate. So now I have two of them, because I want to have his neck come down, be part of the skin, but I also want to have some of his shirt come up and be part of the neck. So I kind of need to kind of reuse a couple of these rows of faces for both the neck and the shirt. So it's easier just to kind of do this twice. So I'm going to go here to the one on top, and let's go to solo mode. So I'm just looking at this, okay? And let's isolate the part that I want to keep. So hold down Control and Shift to go to my selection tool and tap on the head. You see how it kind of removes just that part, right? Let's Control Shift and tap on the head part again to hide that. And now I want to hide everything basically that's face related. So hold down Control and Shift. Now instead of tapping, I can just hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, which is going to be a hider, and just drag out a big red rectangle over the parts that I want to hide. So now I've hidden all of the face parts. I'm going to hold down Control and Shift again to get to my selection tool. And if I just tap and drag a little square off the side here, I'm going to inverse the visibility. So now I have just the head. I'm going to come down here and hit delete. I'm sorry, come up here and hit delete hidden. So now this is just the head. So I'm going to rename this the head. And now I'm going to go here to the second full body here, and I'm going to essentially get rid of the head. But again, I don't want to get rid of everything here. I want to kind of I want to keep some of this. So what I'm going to do is hold down Control and Shift, and then I'm going to change this from a selection rectangle to a selection lasso. So I'll come up here and click on this little selection rectangle here. Again, make sure you're holding down Control and Shift at the time. Click on here. I'm going to choose Select Lasso. Okay. Now I want to hide what I don't want. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and Alt, so it's all three, and take a look. I'm going to just start here and draw out a big circle. It's going to kind of encompass all the faces I don't want. Now it's important to know that any faces that this red area touches will be hidden. So I want to make sure I don't touch any of these at all. I'm going to come here, I'm going to come right through these guys here. Okay, like that. I want to keep all of those. And if you can't really see on the inside here, come down here and turn on double-sided so you can kind of see what you've just gotten rid of. So that's stuff I want to get rid of. Okay, so that stuff here I want gone. So I'm just Control Shift, click and drag into inverse. So now I have the head hidden. I'm going to come down up here and hit delete hidden. So now that part is hidden. And I can kind of like adjust this. This is going to be essentially his collar, which we're going to again adjust more as we go. But I just want to kind of line this up a little bit more so we have it looking like a collar. Alright, so now we have the head, and now I'm going to think about the different parts that I need to separate in order to make this guy, you know, basically separate into its component parts, right? So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift, and I'm going to go back to my rectangle. It's easier to select things this way. So let's take a look at what I want to separate right off the bat. I want to separate the legs from the torso, so I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click on the pelvis here. Control and Shift, click on it a second time to hide it, and now whatever I Control Shift click on will be hidden, right? So I'm going to hide all that. Come down here and hit Split Hidden, right? So now the legs are split off. Now for the torso, I am going to need to split off the hands and part of the forearms for the gloves, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that in the next video because I want to take my time and make sure. I'm going to do kind of a similar thing to what I did with the neck, which is keep some of the forearm on the arm, but also reuse some of those on for the gloves. So let's go ahead and stop here and start in the next video to kind of fix that part up. Okay, so like I did with the head, I want to kind of basically make the arms have the forearm, but also have the hands have some of the forearm. So I'm going to come here and hit Duplicate. And this is going to be the one for the arm. So I'll hold down Control and Shift, and let's make sure I change this to my selection lasso again. And I just want to keep basically most of the arm up to, say, right where the wrist is going to start. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and Alt, and just drag out a little U shape like this. I'm going to hide those. And again, just make sure that you go all the way around and see that you got a nice clean edge. If you missed, let's say for example you got a few more than you wanted to, like this, just hold down Control and Shift and click and tap and drag off the model to kind of inverse the visibility. Hide those, then Control Shift tap back, and then they're back where they belong, right? So this is going to be the torso. I'm going to go ahead and hit Delete Hidden. Now I'm going to come down here to the duplicate torso, and I want to just keep a little bit more of the gloves here. So I'm just going to hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, and hide basically everything up to, let's say, something like that. Okay. Control, Shift, click and drag to kind of, or tap and drag to kind of just isolate the hands, and again hit Delete Hidden. I'm not sure if I'm going to use this much, but I just want to have that much available to me in case I need it. So now if I turn off solo mode, we have a bunch of parts here. The head, I'm going to go here and rename the hands the hands. I'm going to go here to the torso and rename that torso. Now for the legs, we're going to do a little bit of adjustments because again, he's got boots. So I don't want to have the legs just be this big long thing of legs. I need to have boots. So I need to do a little bit of fanciness here. So I'm going to go to my side view here, and I want to decide where I want the boots to be. And I think like I want them to kind of come across this little line right here. So I hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, and then drag my lasso through the parts that I want to get rid of. And as you can see, I got some faces I didn't want to get rid of. So Control, Shift, tap, and drag to inverse that visibility. I'm going to angle my camera up so I can hide them without having to go too far. And then come down here and hit Split Hidden. So now I have the boots, I have the legs, right? So I'm going to go here to the boots and rename those boots, right? And change this to pants. So now we have most of our parts separated that we can kind of get ourselves started working with this, right? Now, the other thing I want to do is I want to close the holes of these. So if I go for the pants and for example, I'm going to solo mode, you can see that, you know, because we cut them off, they have these openings here, right? Those holes. So we don't want them to exist like that. So let's go up here to my buttons up here right next to Delete Hidden. Just hit the Close Holes button. You're going to see it's going to close those holes right up, which is good. And we're going to go to the boots and do the same thing. So we have holes right there. Close holes. Torso, right? Same thing. We have a bunch of different holes there. So now we're going to end up tweaking the neck part a little bit, but for now I'll just hit Close Holes to make sure everything is closed off. Go here to the hands, once again close holes. Go here to the head, once again. Now for the head, I don't need to have this go all the way down. I only want to kind of have the neck, so I need to kind of get rid of some of these rows of faces. So let's come in here and with my Control, Shift, and Alt, let's just get rid of the faces that I don't need. I think that's probably pretty good. So I'll just hit Delete Hidden and then close those holes right up. Okay, so now we have that taken care of. So now we have all of our parts ready to go in terms of them essentially being isolated from each other. And what we need to do now basically is just start figuring out all the parts we need to make and how to make them, you know, look like Captain America. So I'm going to start with the face. Now, again, I'm going to go for the facial shape. I'm going to go with something a little bit more cartoony, just so you don't get too much, in the weeds with trying to do realistic faces. Now, you're going to see these two images don't have any helmet. I'm going to put a helmet on them just because I think that's more iconic. But for now, I'm just going to go here to the face, or to the head, and go to my move brush, and I'm just going to do a little bit of adjusting to the overall proportion of the face here. So I want to make the nose a little bit longer. Okay. Look at from the side view here. I'm going to kind of make it a little bit more pronounced. I'm going to make this jaw a little bit more like, heroic-ish. So I'm going to kind of grab this and just grab that down and kind of push it down a little bit. Now, again, I'm going to turn the torso off for a second because it's a little hard to see what's going on. Let's go ahead and bring that neck in a little bit here. Bring that chin down. And again, I might mask out the nose, for example, and just kind of bring the upper lip down a little bit here, just to kind of get that jaw a little bit more pronounced. Okay, I'm going to go with my damn standard and just kind of carve in a little indication of cheekbones. There's not enough faces for that yet, but I just want to kind of get that shape roughed in. Okay, and bring that nose down a little bit more. I'm going to get the brows a little bit more, Captain Marvel, Captain America-ish. And again, he's going to be wearing his mask, so I don't need to worry too much about everything here. I just want the shape of the face to feel more Captain America-ish. Okay, there we go. That feels a little bit better. So that's good enough for now. And again, the next video, we're going to actually start piecing these things together. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to go here to the torso. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to go to solo mode, and let's go again to polyframe. You're going to see, you look here in the back, like we have some weird little overlapping things here with these faces, and that kind of comes up here in this little rib cage part. It's actually pretty useful in the sense that that's kind of mirrors what he's going to do here, but I do want to adjust his collar a little bit here. So I did close holes to close everything here, but I want to actually get rid of these. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click on this little guy here. And you can see here my selection lasso is my active tool. I'm going to change that to select rectangle just because it works a little bit better. And what I want to do is I want to hide everything down here and just keep these. So I'm going to hold down Control, Shift, and Alt and drag a big box over all the hidden stuff. I want this to be a separate polygroup. When I did close holes, they all kind of were the same polygroup. So I want this to be a separate one so I can get rid of it. Hit Control W. That's going to make whatever you're seeing its own polygroup. Now if I Control, Shift, click, and drag to inverse my visibility, I can just hit Delete Hidden. So now I have these guys still down here, but this has nothing in it. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to remesh this, but because I don't like these triangles, and I want to kind of have everything nice and clean. But I want to also maintain these nice polygroups here. So I'm not going to just come down here and hit this button. I'm going to come over here to my subtool palette, close it up, go to Geometry, and you're going to see in Geometry we have a Z-Remesher menu, and these buttons are the same ones down here. And what I want to do is keep the same number of points. I want to turn on Keep Groups, which we also have down here. So why did I just do it down here? Well, because next to Keep Groups is a slider here called Smooth Groups, and I don't want it to smooth out these groups at all. So I want to bring this, because it's going to make those lines a little bit less stark if I leave it on. So I want to bring this down to 0. Okay. Now just go ahead and hit Z-Remesher. And now it just rebuilt it. And you can see here, like for example, underneath here, they're much more evenly spaced, right? On this neck part here, see before it had like these weird little things for like the Adam's apple or what have you, and now that's gone. And that's what I wanted. I just wanted a cleaner bit of mesh here. Okay. Now he's going to have a collar that kind of comes up a little bit here, so we're going to deal with that as we move on. But for now, I can close these holes if I want to. And I want to close them in a slightly different way. If I did close holes, I would just get that same crazy triangle thing, and I don't want that. So we're going to use a brush that we're going to be using actually quite a bit probably in this project that we've never used before. It's called the Z Modeler brush. It's a very weird brush that kind of allows you to operate on edges and points and faces separately. So hit B for brush, hit Z for Z Modeler. You're going to see a brush here called Z Modeler. It's a very weird brush, so be very careful. Don't just tap on the mesh because it's going to do things. When I hover over a face, you see it tells me it's going to do something here called Q mesh, a poly or a polygon, a face. If I tap and drag, it's going to extrude that face out or Q mesh that face out. We don't want that. Hover over an edge is going to say something like insert edge loop. If I tap on here, see it's going to actually add an edge, which can be useful, but not right now. What I want to do actually is close this up using a nice clean circular pattern. And that's a tool that I can use by hovering over an edge, and you see how it tells me what it's going to do, insert edge loop. Well, it can do more than that. And the way to access the menu of other options is to hover over the edge in this case and hold down spacebar. And you're going to see this little ZModeler button box comes up and it says Edge Actions. These are my options for edges. Now, by the way, if you were hovering over a face instead and held down spacebar, you would get your face or polygon actions. It will look very, very different. So just make sure that you're over an edge when you do this. Hover over an edge, hold down spacebar, Edge Actions. I want to choose Close. And now when I come down here to my target, I want to choose Convex Hole. Okay? So what does that mean? We'll take a look. I'm going to come here on this edge and click and drag. Now click. If you just click once, it kind of closes it nicely with a little pizza pie thing. But if you keep dragging your pen, it's going to add a few more edges on here to kind of give it a few more evenly spaced faces, and that's kind of what I want. Okay? So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift to get to my selection tool and just tap on this middle part. You see how it isolates this thing? You see how it's got two different polygroups? I'm just going to hit Control W to make it into a single polygroup. And now I can Control Shift tap out here in space to bring everything back. Okay, so that's all I want to do. I want to kind of clean up this mesh here, and you can do the same thing here. Let's go here, for example, to the pants. You can see here it's got these different polygroups here, and it's got these triangle things which I don't like. So let's come over here again to Geometry, Zero Mesher, turn on Keep Groups, turn down Smooth Groups to nothing, same, remesh, right? And then you get a nice evenly spaced thing. And I'll do the same thing here for the boots. Okay, just because I don't like those things here. So again, Geometry, Keep Groups, back down to 0, Zero Mesh. Now we're looking better. That's way too much. I forgot to hit same, my bad. And now do that again. There you go, much better. We're not going to do it to the hands or the face because we don't want to lose the detail that we have already in those shapes. You can see the boots need to be adjusted, obviously, but at least now we don't have any of that weird coloring, that weird face shape going on there, right? So now what we're going to do in the next video, finally, is actually start adding some color and piecing this guy together and start adding the different layers and parts that make him Captain America. Okay, one of the ways to make him start feeling like Captain America pretty quickly is to start adding some of the colors that are going to make sense given who he is, right? So I'm just going to choose a blue color. I'm going to go here to the torso. I'm going to go to MRGB really fast with my move brush. Come down here to Zebra Paint and that blue. Hit Fill Object. Let's go ahead to the pants. Hit Fill Object with that same color. I'm going to come here to the boots. I'm going to go with a very dark brown for the boots. Very dark. In fact, in these pictures, like he's very, very dark. So I'm just going to fill that. The gloves maybe are a little less dark, a little bit more brown. Let's go to the gloves here, the hands, I guess it is, and then we're going to fill that. Boom. And now let's go here to his face, and I'm just going to do my best to kind of mimic that tone. But again, we can always paint it more later on. Okay, just going to fill that. Boom. Now let's go to the eyes and go to MRGB, change it to white and toy plastic, and then fill object, right? Now I'll go back to plain old RGB and go back to Zebra Paint for everything else. So again, doesn't look like Captain America yet, but at least he's got kind of the colors. I feel like this blue isn't the blue that I want, so I'm just going to make it slightly darker blue. That feels more Captain America-y to me, so I'm going to go with that. But again, you can decide for yourself what you want. Okay, I want this slightly darker version there. Okay, so let's start kind of like figuring out exactly how we want our Captain America to look. So I want to focus mostly on the torso right now, because I want to kind of get this idea blocked out of these different parts. Okay, so because again, they're not going to be doing a whole lot of like sculpting of like musculature because he's got so many like different like overlapping panels and stuff that it might not really be necessary. So let's kind of figure out exactly how I want this torso to look. So if I go here Polyframe, you can see here this little poly group here for his chest kind of comes close to mirroring where you're going to have the blue up top here. So let's get my move brush. I'm going to slightly adjust this just a little bit. I'm going to use this as kind of a guide as to where to put the blue and then where these other parts are going to go. Okay. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to see what I can do here. I think I'm going to actually add the star to his chest, just because everything kind of works around that. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here to my subtool palette and hit insert. I'm going to insert a cylinder. You might think I'm going to insert a star, but I'm not. I'm going to go to the cylinder. Now let's go to solo mode, and let's go to white, and let's go to my move tool, W, hit the little gear, and I'm going to choose cylinder 3D. Now if I go to polyframe, you can see I can, you get these little spokes here. What I want to do is come here to my little red guy, and I want there to be only 10 of these spokes. Needs to be 10, okay? And let's go ahead to my gear and choose Gizmo 3D so it goes back to normal. And let's just scale that down a little bit. So now what I want to do is turn this into a star. And the way I'm going to do that is by basically masking out every other row of points here. So I'll hold down Control, and I got my mask lasso here. I'll mask out this point, this point. So I'm just going every other point, okay, like so. You can't tell, but that's what I've done. Now I'm going to hold down Control and tap to invert that. And again, you kind of can't tell, but now I have the top ones and these ones masked out. I'll hit W again for my move tool. Now I want to scale these in, but I don't want to scale them in the blue. I want to scale them in from up and down, left and right. So somewhat strangely, I'm going to actually go to the blue and hold down Alt. What that's going to do is it's going to scale every direction but the blue. Hold down Alt and then scale. And you can see how it's going to scale them in like that, right? And it kind of gives me that star shape. Okay, pretty cool. So I'm going to now hold down Control and tap and drag and clear that mask. Now what I'm going to do is hold down Control, my mask lasso, and lasso out this middle point right here. Okay, now I went through to the back, so I'm going to go to my side view and hold down Control and Alt and unmask the back part. So now it's just this one point. Okay, now if I Control tap to invert that, that's the one point that's not masked. Go to my move tool. I'm going to turn off polyframe so you can see this. I'm going to grab this little middle guy and just pull out, and it's going to give me that nice little raised element of the star. Okay. Hit Q to make that move tool go away. Control tap and drag to clear. And now I got my star here, right? So I'm going to go here to solo mode, turn it off. I'm going to go to my star, scale it down, and put it on his chest, at least roughly on his chest, right? It's not going to fit perfectly, but I want to kind of give myself an idea of where that star is going to be so I can kind of figure out exactly where to put everything else relative to that, right? So that's going to be where the star is roughly, all right? Like that. And again, you can adjust this and rotate it, but just make sure, keep in mind symmetry is not on right now, so you just want to make sure you keep it symmetrical, kind of like that. Now I'll go back to the torso and go to my move brush and kind of pull that torso out a little bit just by kind of pulling the clay forward, just to kind of have it meet the star a little bit better. All right, so now we have our star. So now we can figure out where we're headed with this. All right. So what I want to do is I want to start thinking about, I want to start plotting out the different parts. So I want to get his belt put on, I want to put his shoulder parts and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to start doing all that in the next video. I just want to start getting all the pieces in place, and then we'll start sculpting. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to do, and again, this is going to look really ugly. I'm on the torso here. Let's go here to polyframe so you can see this here. This part is purple part here is going to be a little bit separate from the blue. Obviously, we're going to have the red and white stripes. Now what I want to do is I want to kind of throw some color on here. It's going to look really bad, but I want to see if we can kind of make it look a little bit better. So I want to hold down Control and Shift and click on this purple part. Okay. And now if I turn off polyframe, I'm going to go here to white, or at least a lighter, very light gray, and hit Fill Object. Make sure I have my move tool, make sure I have RGB turned on, and fill. Now if I Control Shift Tap to bring everything back, you're going to see it's kind of blurring into the blue, which is fine, but I want to make it less like that. So let's go back to polyframe again. And what I'm going to do is, because it's blurring because there aren't enough points to kind of trap in the color, so I'm going to go back to my Z Modeler brush. Hit B for brush, hit Z for Z Modeler, and go back to Z Modeler. I'm going to hover over this edge, and because last time I used it to close a hole. It says close hole. I don't want that. So I'll hover over an edge here, hold down the space bar to get to my edge actions. I want to change it back to insert. What insert will do is it will insert an edge crisscrossing whatever edge I'm on. So if I tap and drag on here, you see it's adding an edge that kind of crisscrosses all the way around. And that's kind of what I want, like this. Okay. Now let's go back to your move brush or any other brush so that brush isn't there anymore. And now let's get out of polyframe. I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click on this. And you can see here that color that's bleeding over. I'm going to see if I can get rid of that. So I'm going to hover over the blue, hit C to sample that color, and hit Fill Object. Now if I Control Shift Tap to bring everything back, now it's bleeding over here. But let's see if I can Control Shift Tap on this guy, sample that color, and fill it. And when I Control Shift Tap, you see how now it's very clean. It's very clean. This is because adding that one extra row of points there kind of helps preserve that color. Now you can see my star kept changing, so let's go to my star and fill that so that it stays. So that just kind of gives me a little bit of a clear indication where the color is going to be. And what I want to do is I want to kind of look at, again, I want to give him his belt. I want that to make sense. And I want to add the shoulder pads and those kinds of things. I just want to kind of start getting ourselves in position here. I'm going to go here to the hands really fast and go to my inflate brush and just inflate a little bit just to kind of bring them out. I'm going to actually inflate the fingers a little bit too so they're a little bit heavier. Okay, something like that. I just want to make them bigger. I'm going to come down here to the boots and do the same thing. Actually, let's go to the pants. Let's go to the pants here and just do a little inflate around the base here just to have them kind of come out over top of the boots. Inflate is going to be your friend for a lot of this here. Okay, there you go. I'm going to bring those legs in a little bit. All right, nice. So let's bring in the belt. So the belt is just going to be a cylinder. It needs to look like a belt, so it needs to be a cylinder. It's going to go right around there. So let's come over here to our subtool palette and just hit insert. Let's just grab a cylinder. Okay, let's hit F to frame it up. And this, again, if you look at this, it's got that little point in the middle. I don't really like that. I want it to be cleaner than that, so I'm going to hit X to turn symmetry on. I'm going to remesher, same, and just remesh. And it's going to give me a nice symmetrical version of this, but no more point at the top, which is what I want. Let's go to my move tool. I'm going to scale this down, and I want it to be somewhat the same color as the gloves, probably. So I'm just going to hover over the gloves, hit C, and then hit fill object, right? And then I can just scale this down and basically put this where it needs to be so it looks like a belt. Scale it down vertically, right? And decide for yourself basically how this needs to look. I'm scaling it front to back a little bit here, right? Rotating it a touch if I need to, scaling it left and right. And what I tend to do is, again, you can go crazy trying to make everything fit perfectly, but you just basically choose which thing is going to be the shape determiner. So this is where the belt's going to be. That's going to determine the shape. So if I need to make the pants adjust to fit, then I'll just choose the pants, get my move brush, right, and just kind of push the clay in a little bit so that it conforms to that belt, right? If I need to, I can go back to the belt, get my move brush and pull that out a little bit so they work together. So just keep in mind that you can decide for yourself what has to adjust, right, what doesn't. Okay, so that's my little belt there. I'm going to go to my pants, maybe kind of pull that torso, the waist out a touch, and then I'll go back to my belt and scale it out a touch more so they overlap. They don't overlap. There we go. Okay, again, it looks weird right now because there's no red, but again, we'll fix that in due time. But now we have our belt, which is good, and now again we have a bunch of little parts here that we need to kind of throw on there. One of these little shoulder pads. So let's take a look here. Let's go to the torso. And let's duplicate the torso right off the bat. Don't forget, duplicate it right off the bat. Let's go to solo mode, and I'm going to go to polyframe. I want to keep these little orange guys. So hold on Control and Shift and click on the little orange guys, delete hidden. And now I'm going to come in and kind of just trim this down a little bit. I want to get rid of some of these faces. So Control and Shift, go to my selection tool. I'm going to change that to my selection lasso. And again, I'm going to move my camera so I can see what I want to get rid of better. Control, Shift, and Alt. And I'm just going to get rid of some of these points that I don't need. These little guys here, I don't need them. Just remember, it goes through to the front, so you have to kind of be aware of what your camera angle is as you're getting rid of these things. So I have that, okay, something like so. I'm going to actually maybe get rid of, and I'll keep that. That's actually pretty good. Let's come over here and hit Delete Hidden, right? So now we have this. And the next video, we're going to start kind of shaping these into shoulder pads. And we're going to be using this technique for a lot of the other pads as well. So, get ready. All right, so in the last video, we kind of duplicated the torso and chopped off some parts to get us started for the shoulder pads. What I'm going to do is Control, Shift, and Alt and get rid of these two little guys as well. I want to kind of make this more like this. It's going to look a little bit weird at first, but that's okay. I'm going to hit Delete Hidden. What I want to do is make this kind of a cleaner line here. So take a look. I'm going to hold down Control. I have my mask lasso here. And I'm going to, actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of one more of these. So hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, and get rid of that. Yep, Delete Hidden. So now it's weird stair-steppy. It looks terrible, right? That's fine. Hold down Control. I'm going to mask out just this one point to keep that point from getting messed up. I want to mask out this point to keep that point from getting messed up. I'm going to go around back, mask out this point to keep that point from getting messed up, and mask out this point to keep that point from getting messed up. So what do I mean messed up? Well, now I'm going to come down here and do this slider here called polish by features. If I crank this up, see how it kind of cleans up and smooths out everything except the points that I had masked out. That way, if I didn't have them masked out, they would have gotten curved, and I want to keep them kind of, straight edged. Okay, so polish is a great way of just kind of like making that shape behave. Now I'm going to clean my mask, and I need to remesh this, because the only reason why this looks nice and clean now is because it pushed the points way out of whack, and I want it to be that way naturally. So I'm going to come down here to remesh. I can turn off keep groups for this and just hit the remesher, and it gets a little weird looking sometimes. Just hit remesher a second time, and usually it gets a little bit better. Sometimes you can do it a third time even, and it's fine. So again, just sometimes you'll get a weird little look here. Sometimes just by remeshing it works a little bit better, right? So something like that is perfectly cool. So now if I get out of solo mode, you can barely see them, and the reason is because when you polish things, they shrink a little bit. So you can just get your move tool and pull them out, or let's come over here and close up our subtool palette. Come down here to deformation, which is like basically a bunch of a menu full of a bunch of the same kinds of things you see of your deformers here, but just slightly different. I'll come down here and you see a little inflate slider. If I inflate them a little bit, see how they start to come out a little bit, right? Now I just get my move tool, hit my little Google Maps icon, and bring them out, and now I have them right there. Okay, so you see, basically I just took a copy of the torso and just whittled down the points until I had what I wanted, right? And again, you can do this as many times as you need to. If I want to kind of make this even cleaner, I'll mask out this point, mask out that point, right? Mask out my little corner points, and do another polish, right? Just to kind of clean up a little bit. So just go ahead and do what you got to do in terms of getting the shape that you want. I'm going to hover over the blue, hit C to sample it, fill object. So now I have these little guys. Now I need them to be closer to the shoulder, and I need them to have some thickness, right? So you see how it's weird that they're kind of like they're overlapping the body here, but that's okay, because this is like the inner part. I'm gonna make these thicker, and the way I'm gonna do that is sometimes, if you know this from before, if I hit D and it asks me if I want to activate dynamic subdiv, if I say yes, it's just going to make it look smoother. So when I hit D, it shows how it would look if it were smooth. If I hit Shift D, it goes back to being its actual low-res self. Well, you can do more than just make it look smooth, and I want to show you how you can do that. Let's come over here to geometry, okay? And when I hit D, what it's doing is activating something called dynamic subdivision. And you can see in your geometry tab, we actually have a submenu called dynamic subdiv. If I tap on that to open up, you can see it's currently on right now. If I hit Shift D and it goes back to blocky, that goes off, right? So when I hit D, it's turning that on. And what's happening when this comes on is determined by these sliders down here. And when it's on right now, by default, it's showing me how this would look if this were subdivided 2 times. But what if I turn this down to 0? Well, now nothing's happening. If I turn this off and on, nothing's going to change. But what I can do is say, when this is on, don't give me smooth subdivision levels, give me some thickness. So if I crank this thickness slider up, you can see how it's starting to give me some thickness in the shoulder pads here, right? Something like that. If I turn on my smooth subdivision levels now I get thickness and smooth subdivision levels. So like I can kind of basically get both of this for free. When I get out of solo mode, now you can see basically we have like this little smooth subdivided shoulder pad. It's not actually smooth, right? It's still a fake. If I turn dynamic off, it's just back to being that again. If I want to keep it that way, and I think I do, I can just hit apply, right? And now you can see it's actually thick for real. It's not turned on anymore, and we have ourselves some shoulder pads. And we're going to do something similar for the parts right here, right coming up to his neck area. We're going to do a couple more probably around the arms. I think there's a panel or 2 on the legs, and we're even going to do it for the red lines on his torso. So the next video, maybe the next series of videos, depending on how it goes, we're going to be doing a lot of this, a lot of basically panels about duplicating and then removing parts and then making them their own thing. Just make sure as we do this, you don't forget to subdivide the torso, to duplicate the torso first. Otherwise, you'll lose your original torso, and that's not good for anybody. But anyway, next set of videos, we're going to start adding some more of these little pieces. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to do another row of panels that go right up over this star and by his collar. So let's, again, go to his torso and duplicate right away, okay? And let's go here to, I'm going to come up here. hold down Shift and click this little eyeball icon. It's going to hide everything but the things I now come and turn back on. It's different than solo because I can then bring only a few things back. And I want to have the star here, so I want to see exactly where I need to have these panels. I actually want to bring back the shoulder panels too, so I see where I'm ending, where I'm starting, right? So let's go ahead and I'm going to hold down Control and Shift. I'm going to make sure my selection rectangle is on. And I'm going to hide the parts I know I don't need for these shoulder panels here. So Control Shift click on the little caps here. Control Shift click on that again to remove them. Control Shift click on the forearms, upper arms, right? This part, that part, the neck part, oops, the neck. I don't need any of those, right? So go ahead and hit Delete Hidden. All right. So now I need to just basically kind of make the piece that I want by just hiding the parts that I don't, essentially. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit X, turn symmetry off, and now I'm going to hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, and drag out a big rectangle over just the right-hand side of this, okay? And then hit Delete Hidden. Why? Because it's easier to do this on one side and then mirror the whole thing over. Because it's not going to be easy to get the shape that I want just by selecting the faces that I don't want. I need to kind of be a little more creative about this. So, first thing I'm going to do is hit Control W, make this whole thing one polygroup. And now I'm going to make polygroups almost on the fly by using a different tool that we've never used before. So this is called the Slice Curve. So hold down Control and Shift, and we're going to go up here to our selection tool and tap on this. I'm going to come here to this little guy called Slice Curve. Make sure you choose Slice Curve and not Knife Curve or Trim Curve. Slice Curve. Okay. So what I'm going to do first is I want to have a polygroup that kind of goes up right through the shoulder here. So take a look. I'm going to come off the model, hold down Control and Shift, and tap and drag. And as you do, you see this line. And this line has a little gradient off to one side. Wherever that gradient is, it's going to basically separate and draw a line through the mesh and make a new polygroup. Now, as I'm moving, you see how it kind of snaps? That's because when you hold down Control Shift and do this, the Shift key makes it snap. If after you have the start, if you just let go of Shift, then it becomes a lot smoother. So I'm going to come up here and go right to about here and let go of my pen. You can see here, basically it just draws a line and makes a polygroup straight through there. Okay, that's good. That's what I want. Now I want to also have a polygroup that kind of comes right across the top here, right above the star. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and I'm going to drag it this way. Now again, as I'm dragging this, it's snapping, so I can let go of Shift and kind of move it. I can also hold down my space bar and kind of reposition this, which is really cool. I'm going to kind of come right across here, snap, and now it gives me a line going across that way. Okay, and now I want to have another line coming up straight through here. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and drag my line up right about there. So now I have all these lines, but again, I'm mostly focused on this little area right here, just so you know. Okay, and now I just want to kind of have a little bit of a line going through the top of this collar. Actually, maybe I don't need to. No, I think I'm actually pretty good like this. Now, let's go ahead and hold down Control and Shift and go back to my selection rectangle. Now I'm going to isolate a couple of these parts. Control Shift click on the green. I want this. Control Shift click on it a second time to hide, and I actually want to keep this little part here too. Okay, Control Shift click and drag or tap and drag, and it's going to get rid of that. Now I don't want this little part right here, so I'm going to, but I do want to keep this part back here, so I have to get a little bit creative here. Let's move my camera down, hold down Control Shift and Alt, change this to my selection lasso, and then hide these faces. Okay, so basically it's just a lot of like making different parts, different polygroups so you can isolate them. Now I'll hit Delete Hidden, so now it's just this. I'll hit Control W to make this its own polygroup, and now I need to make this look cleaner. As you can see, it's got all kinds of crazy little triangles and stuff. So come to here to Z Mesher, turn off Keep Groups, turn that on, and now we get a nice clean mesh right there, right? Let's come over here and hold down Shift, hit the little eyeball icon, and hit it again to bring everything back. And you can see here, it's where I want it. I'm going to go to my Move tool, go to my little Google Maps icon, and just maybe nudge it a little bit to the left here. Okay, maybe scale it up just a bit. But again, this is the inner part. We're going to give it some thickness. And now I'll come down here and hit Mirror and Weld. It's going to basically mirror it across to the other side. If they were right in the center, it's going to weld them together. So let's actually undo the movement that I just did. I want to keep it right here in the center. And then I'll hit Mirror and Weld. That way it'll actually weld it together right here in the center. Sorry about that. And now let's come over here to Geometry, Dynamic, turn it on, And again, you see here, it's just giving me 2 smooth subdivision levels. Let's also give it some thickness, so it starts to kind of pop out a little bit, right? Turn off polyframe so I can see. Maybe give us a little bit more thickness here, right? Like that. I can go to my move brush and adjust the overall. Oh, make sure you turn symmetry on. Hit X, turn symmetry on. My bad. Right? But I can kind of get this little panel looking the way I want it to. Okay, and then just hit apply. Now we have those panels as well. We're going to do some more things with these panels to make them look better, not to worry, but this is just the method that we're going to use. And we're going to now, in the next video, we're going to do another set for these parts right here on the star. Okay, so we're going to do another little panel set to kind of go around the star on the lower part of his chest. And that should do most of the work for us in terms of making this torso look cool. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go here to our subtool palette. Now I'm going to go here, make sure I fill this with that blue color, the thing before. I'm just going to call this trap padding. Okay, let's go back to our torso and let's duplicate it. And once again, I'm going to hold down Shift, click on the little eyeball icon, and then bring back the things I want, which is going to be basically the padding that I did already, so I know where I've been, and the star, so I know what to cut around. So basically what I want to do now is make a little padding here for the part around the star. So let's go ahead and go to polyframe so I can see what I'm working with here. And let's get rid of what I know I don't need. So Control and Shift. I'm going to change this back to my selection rectangle for now. Control Shift tap on the bottom part of this. Control Shift tap again. Control Shift tap on all the parts that I know I don't need. So that should be that. And here as well, right? Go ahead and delete hidden. So now I can work on what I want. And again, I'm going to hit X, turn symmetry off. Control Shift Alt, drag out a nice rectangle over the whole right side, and delete hidden. Okay, now Control Shift and go to my slice curve. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to have this go right through here. I want to have a little bit of the opening you can see in this little picture here. Hold down Control and Shift and just drag a line right about this way. It's mostly just for this little area here. Now Control and Shift drag right up all the way through. It has to go all the way through. It doesn't seem to do a very good job when you kind of like try and stop halfway through. So we got that part out. Now I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and go this way to kind of cut that, because this little blue part is the part that I'm going to be getting rid of, at least partially. I'm going to hold down Control Shift and drag a line out this way as well. Looks like a clown's outfit right now. Hold down Control and Shift and drag out a line from right to left, right through here. Boom. Now, I don't need any of the stuff above this line. So let's go back to Control and Shift and go to our selection rectangle. I'll go to solo mode just for a second, and I can start kind of basically getting rid of that stuff. I don't need any of that. Okay. So now I'm going to, actually I don't need this blue part either. That blue and the pink part. Don't need either of those. So once again, delete hidden. So now I'm looking a little bit better. It still looks a little bit weird. I want to get rid of this little purple part here too. So Control Shift click on that and double, do it again. And now I don't want to get rid of it on the back though. So if I Control Shift click and drag, you see I got them both here. So I'm going to hold down Control Shift and Alt and hide this. So now only that one is around. Control Shift tap and drag to invert, and now I'm going to hit delete hidden. I don't want it on the back to be weirdly cut out like that because there's no star on this back, right? So that looks pretty good. I don't need this blue one here, so Control Shift click to isolate that, and then Control Shift click again. This is all I need right here. Okay, so delete hidden. And again, if that got confusing, take your time and go through it, or just ask. But this is, that I'm just kind of like making polygroups so I can kind of weed out the ones I don't want. Now I delete hidden. Now I'm going to come here and hit mirror and weld. Right, so now it's on both sides. This might be weird. If I remesh it, we'll give it a shot. Turn off keep groups. Make sure X is turned on so it does it symmetrically, and remesh. That does a pretty good job. So sometimes it doesn't like to remesh weird things like this, but this time it worked actually pretty well. And now let's come here and fill it with our blue. Let's come up here to geometry, turn on dynamic subdiv. This time I'm going to turn smooth out to 0, crank up the thickness so it's nice and so it stands out a little bit more. You don't need to overdo it, but you just want to make sure it stands out from the rest of the body here. In fact, if you want to, you can hold down Shift to turn the eyeball icon off and back on so you can kind of see how it looks. Right? It looks pretty cool. And I'm just going to go here now to geometry. Now if I turn on smooth subdiv, does it get any better? It gets a little bit smooth right here in the middle, and you see it gets a little bit odd looking. So let's see what we got here. Let's hit Shift F to see what we got. Okay, so it's because of this little triangle here. So what I think I'm going to do is hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, hide them, delete hidden, and just get my move brush and kind of pull that up a little bit, because that little point was acting goofy. Now I bet if I turn on dynamic again, it looks a lot better. So just know that you might need to kind of get a little creative with that. Let's bring our smoothness back down to 0. What I think I'm going to do is, yeah, I think we can get rid of that. So that's fine, something like that. Okay, and let's just hit apply. So now we have that looking kind of cool. What I want to do to make it look like this picture a little bit is I'm going to go back to the torso, the actual torso here. Let's go to solo mode. I'll hold down Control and Shift and click on the white, then Control and Shift and click on the white a second time to invert that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this blue slightly darker than this other blue. So I'm going to hit C to sample that blue and then choose a darker version of that and then fill it. So now we kind of have like this cool, and again, because I filled it, I have to go back and Control Shift click on this, select that white and fill it again. But now it looks a little bit cooler. So now you can see basically how we're getting this kind of two-toned effect with the armor. And again, you can adjust that color as much as you need to, but this is just a way I wanted to kind of get this armor looking cool. We're gonna clean up these edges so they feel more like armor. Right now they're a little bit rough looking, but we're gonna do that after we've blocked out all the parts. Okay, so now we have to do the parts for the arms. So once again, we're gonna do this 1,000 times here. I'm just gonna go here and rename this chest armor, I guess. And now I'll go back to the torso again and duplicate it again. So we're going to be doing this a bunch more times. Well, not a bunch more, but let's go back to the torso. I'm going to hit Shift D to make sure it's lower res. This is my duplicate, right? And now I'm going to do the arm stuff. So we have a couple different pieces for the arms. I'm going to Control Shift click on the upper arm, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and just choose Split Hidden. So I'm going to split these off. Let's go back to this arm here because I need to do the forearm stuff as well. So I'm going to Control Shift Alt and drag out, actually you know what, instead of doing that, just hold on Control and Shift and click to isolate this little part. Once again, split hidden. So now I have that, I have these parts separately, right? And he's got some parts on the legs as well, which we'll do, but let's do the arm stuff. So let's go here to the upper arm. Let's go to solo mode. And I actually need to have two separate parts here. I need to have part for the bicep armor, and he's got this little elbow armor on the back as well. So I'm going to go to my side view here, hold down Control and Shift, and change this to my selection lasso. And I'm going to basically remove the faces that I want to use as the elbow pad. So Control Shift and Alt to hide them. I missed that guy, so Control Shift tap and drag, and I can just hide that and then bring that back. So now I've hidden what I don't want in the arm here. Let's go ahead and hit Split Hidden. So now this is my bicep armor. I'm going to get rid of this top row because I don't think I need it. Okay. And I'm now going to delete hidden. And let's mask out with my control, my mask lasso. Let's mask out these two little points here and then do a polish by features to kind of clean it up a bit. Now I see how I kind of polish everything really a lot. So I'm just going to mask out the front of the bicep and then do a light polish. So now it's just going to polish out that little line there. Looks like I missed this point. Let's try that again. There you go. So now I just have that. If I go out of solo mode, you can see I can get my move brush now and just kind of adjust the overall shape, because you can see I need to kind of make this kind of more in keeping with where the bicep is. So you can just adjust this shape. I'm going to do this before I give it thickness. I want to make sure it's nice and, you know, in keeping with what I want. Now I'm going to probably Z-remesh this in a minute, but I'm just kind of pulling. Now I'm holding on the Alt key and tapping and dragging from left to right to kind of bring the clay away from the mesh and to me. So that's kind of what I need here. I don't think that I need maybe this bottom row. Let's go to solo mode again. I'm going to Control Shift and Alt and just get rid of that bottom row. I don't think I need it. So delete hidden. And now let's go ahead and turn off keep groups, same Z-remesh, right? And now I have this nice. This looks a bit weird. Let's just try that again. Z-remesh again. Let's see, it got a little bit better. So who knows why that happens, but that's better. I'm going to do hover over this blue, hit C, and then fill it. Okay. Come over here to geometry, dynamic subdiv, crank up thickness, right? So I get the thickness that I need. And again, if you start seeing some weirdness here, it's because of the way the edges flow. So if I turn off dynamic, see how it's kind of this little triangle here? That's just annoying. So let's just remesh it one more time. That looks really bad. So let's just try it again. Sometimes you get some weird elements here. So here's what you do. If you get this problem, undo back, and you're going to come up here. We're going to divide this, but we're going to turn off this little smooth modifier because I don't want it to get smooth. Hit divide. Now you're not going to see anything, but if I hit delete lower right now, now you're going to see I actually have a lot more points. It tends to remesh better when you have more points. So again, remesh with same, right? And now I still have that weird little thing, but let's just try it a second time. Okay, I'm just going to nudge this a bit. Okay, well, sometimes when that happens, you go here to your ZRemesher, and you turn on this thing called Legacy, which basically means it's going to use a different version of ZRemesher. When you do that, that sometimes gets better. As you can see, it's a lot better now. So don't ask me why. I'm going to fill it. And now, again, make it a little bit bigger if I need to. Dynamic subdivision, turn that on. Now I get some good thickness. I don't get that weirdness there nearly so much, right? There you go. And then just hit apply. Now I'm going to do the forearm. So we have that forearm. Let's go here to our forearm. I'm going to call this bicep armor. And let's go here to the forearm stuff. This guy. Oh, this is the elbow. This is the elbow. Sorry. So let's go ahead to polyframe. And these are basically it's almost cylindrical. So I'm just going to do a quick little polish to kind of smooth it out a little bit, like that. Let's see if I can turn off keep groups, remesh. A lot cleaner, nice, fill, and you can see we're getting the hang of this. Hopefully, going to turn this on. I'm going to crank up our thickness a little bit. For this one, I don't want it to be quite so smooth. I'm going to go smooth level down to 1. Okay, let's get also almost see how it looks. That's fine. Hit apply. We can just use our move tool if we need to kind of pull that out a little bit. And now we're going to do the forearm part. Now I'm going to get a little bit weird with this one here. Let's go to polyframe, and what I'm going to do is I want this to look a little bit different. So I'm going to go here to my side view, kind of my side view, like on an angle. I'm going to hold down Control Shift and Alt. I have my selection lasso here. I'm just going to kind of lasso out a little bit of the front like this, right? I'm going to do a kind of a similar thing here. I'm going to kind of lasso out a little bit of these bottom ones here, kind of like this, making sure that it's kind of, I need to kind of get some of these back here. But as you can see, what I'm going for basically is this kind of like higher on the sides and a little bit lower in the middle here, like that. Okay, delete hidden. Again, I'm going to kind of, let's get my move brush and just nudge this down a bit. I'm going to kind of mask out the tops, the edge, the corners, so they stay nice and sharp, like this, and then do a quick polish. Again, sometimes it goes too much, so you just polish a tiny bit, like that, and then I'll just remesh. And again, if it gets weird, just try those different techniques. Like I said, come over here to ZRemesh, turn on Legacy. Tends to work somewhat better sometimes. Then we're going to go here to Dynamic Subdiv, turn on Dynamic. Oh, now it's giving me this error. So there's a mesh issue. That might happen. So come down here to at the very bottom of geometry called Mesh Integrity. Just hit Fix Mesh. That should work better now. So now if I turn Dynamic Subdivision on, it'll work for me a little bit better. And I'll just come down here and get the thickness up a little bit, right? And again, if there's any issue with the mesh, adding thickness will show it typically, right? So again, something weird happened here. I don't even know what the heck that is. So I'm just going to delete whatever the heck that is. Let's just see if that works any better now. There you go. So again, like sometimes when you remesh these kind of ready-made things on the fly, they might have some issues, and that's just kind of, it's about troubleshooting sometimes. So this I kind of like as the armor. So I'm just going to give it a little extra thickness, 0.007 maybe, then hit apply. All right, so now we have the armor parts for the upper body. We're going to do a few more for the lower body, and then we're going to start getting into some details. So So I'm only only work on one side here, so I'm going to hit X, turn symmetry off, and I'm going to just drag out a bit rectangle. Now I want to make sure I make sure I don't get any of the left-hand side. It's going to be hard to separate the two sides because they kind of overlap a little bit, and that's okay because we're just using this as a starting point for our padding, so it doesn't really matter. Just get as close as you can without going overboard, and delete hidden. So now we're going to use our slice tool. So Control and Shift, change this to my slice curve. Now I'm going to make this one right here. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and just drag out a line right about here, right through, boom, like that. Okay. I'm going to drag out, hold down Control and Shift and drag out a line straight up like this to right about there, right? Hold down Control and Shift and drag out a line, say here, boom, and then Control and Shift drag out a line like right here. So now if I Control Shift click on this, you can see this is a part that I want to keep. Okay. Now I'm just going to go ahead and hit delete hidden. Now we have to do the little knee pad, and I think that's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and do the knee pad. Let's go here to the original pants, duplicate them one more time, go to solo mode, right? Hit X, turn symmetry off, and all I'm going to do really is with my selection lasso here, Control Shift and Alt, I'm just going to grab a bunch of these faces. Oops, let's grab these guys. Control Shift tap and drag. I'm going to get rid of these guys on the side, get rid of these guys, delete hidden. Hit Control W to make the all one poly group, and then we'll just polish by features a little bit here to kind of smooth them out to like a rounded shape. And we'll come here and turn off keep groups. Same, Dynamesh nice and clean, right? And then we'll see where we are with this. We'll come here to geometry, dynamic turned on, make sure that we have some thickness so we can see it better. Okay, I think that's probably good. We'll hit apply, and then we'll get our move brush and just kind of pull that out a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to redo some parts here. I did the thigh parts and the knee pad parts. You may have noticed that there are other pieces also available, also visible in some of those videos. I'm going to redo this middle part here. So just so you know, I'm going to go to my pants and duplicate this, and let's go to polyframe. Let's hit Control W to make it all one poly group. Okay, now I'm going to keep everything visible just so I can see what I'm doing here. And I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and go to my slice curve. And what I want to do is I want to Control Shift and click and drag right across here. I want to come right to about here, and I want to bend this curve. So to bend this curve, as I'm dragging it across here, I'm going to put a little bend in it. And the way to do it is to while you're dragging this curve out, if you just tap Alt, it'll put like a little curvy bend in your curve. If I just tap Alt, I can now move my little guy like this. If I want this to be a sharp turn, I can double tap Alt, and now it's going to give me a sharp turn. I'm going to double tap again, come down here, and double tap again and come this way. You see, basically, if I go to solo mode now, you can see it gave me this kind of interesting little guy here, right? And that's kind of what I want. I want basically everything from here up to look like this. And now I'm just going to hold down Control and Shift and click on this to isolate it. I'm going to hit delete hidden, and now let's go ahead and hit mirror and weld. Now it's going to give me the same thing on both sides. And that's really what I want. I want the entire top of these pants to have this set up on it, like this, okay? I'm going to fill it with that lighter color here. Now, I'm going to try and remesh this. Sometimes you don't get lucky with this, so just so you know, we'll see how this works. Let's go here to turn off keep groups, same. And it got a little bit weird, I think. Looks like if I hit D, actually it's not so bad. Yeah, so I think that's all right. I think I can live with this. It got a little weird little triangular thing happening here. I can try and hit it one more time and see if I get any better. I think it might have been a little bit better now, so that's fine. Let's fill this. So now I'm just going to come here and go to geometry, turn on dynamic subdiv, give myself some thickness on here, like this. And again, it's going to get a little bit weird right here in the middle as it overlaps itself. Let's take a look here what we're looking at here. We got some weirdness here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold down Control, mask out that little area, then Control tap to invert that, and now let's do a polish by features to kind of smooth it out a little bit. Okay, and what that should do is kind of get those weird faces out of the process here. We might do the same thing here, smooth out this part a little bit. Okay, so now if I turn on dynamic subdivision, I shouldn't see nearly so much weirdness, which is good. Okay, So that feels a lot better. Let's get out of solo mode so I can see what's up. Maybe I'll give my thickness a little bit more, like that, and that feels a little bit better. I'll just hit apply. I'm going to down to 1 subdivision level just for now. I can always subdivide it later on. Hit apply. Get my move tool and kind of move brush, I should say, and pull that out a little bit. And again, you know, because I've made it thicker, the belt might need to be adjusted, but this feels a lot more in keeping with what I was looking at in that picture. Right? This little part here is a little bit weird. I don't know that I love it. It's because if I go back to my under history, you're going to see like there's a little triangle there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to come here, Control Shift to get to my selection lasso. Control Shift and Alt. I'm going to select those guys, and then Control Shift Tap and Drag to invert, and I'll Control Shift Alt and hide those. So this little triangle is left behind. Control Shift Tap and Drag to get rid of that guy. Delete hidden, and now I'll turn dynamic back on, and I don't have that problem anymore, right? So it's just one of those things. Again, it's just a matter of like finding the best solution to kind of adjust your mesh a little bit. I'll set the smooth subdivision to 1. Gotta make the thickness here. Again, your miles may vary in terms of the settings you need, but I'll just hit apply, and now I can just get my move brush and adjust the overall placement of everything here. But I just wanted to have the padding look a little bit different for the leg here, and I think this is better for what I'm going for. So there we go. Okay, again, it still looks a little bit weird because we don't have anything on them yet. They're just kind of like just sitting there, but I wanted to get everything put together before we started doing details. So in the next video, I'm going to start doing a little bit of the red stuff, I think, on the shirt, just to kind of get a feel for that, and then we'll move on from there. Alright, so let's work on adding the stripes here. Now it's hard to tell from this image, but for the most part I think that it's these white strips that are kind of attached on top. Like they're kind of like sewn on top of this. So it's almost like it's a red undershirt with white strips on top. So I'm going to come here to my torso, and I'm going to duplicate it again, and let's go here to my geometry tab. Let's make sure that dynamic subdivision is turned off so it's nice and low res, and let's go to solo mode. Okay, let's go to polyframe, and all I'm going to need is this part right here. So I'm going to Control Shift click on this part to isolate this, and go ahead and hit delete hidden. Okay, now I only need to worry about essentially a few little strips here. So it's like 4, right? So what I need to kind of have a row right here in the middle that's going to be the red. Right now I have a line in the middle. So I need to kind of have this be its own little row. So I need to basically take this line and make it into 2. So I'm going to use my Z modeler brush again. So I hit B for brush, Z for Z modeler. Let's go ahead and select that. Now if I hover over this, again the default setting is insert edge loop, right? So what I'm going to do is I want to actually take this edge loop and turn it into 2. So that's called beveling. So I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down the space bar, make sure I get my edge actions here, and just choose bevel. Okay, this stuff here is already set, you're fine. So if I tap and drag on this, you're going to see it's going to make this into its own, it's going to make that one edge into 2. And that's good. So now that's going to be this red one here in the middle, and now these 2 edges are going to be the white ones. But you can see they're very narrow. I have to slide this edge down. So I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down spacebar, and change the action to slide. Now when I choose slide though, you have to come down here and change it from a single edge to the entire edge loop. So now if I hover over here, I can just tap and drag. I can kind of slide this edge down. It's going to give me more of a thick line here. And this is the one that I need. There's a little bit of this is a little bit narrower here. I could slide that down if I need to, but these are the only 4 rows of faces that I want. Go back to my move brush here. I can grab these little points and just kind of like reset them up top here, right? So now I need to basically get rid of all the edges but this one and this one on either side. So let's go ahead and Control Shift click on the purple to isolate that from the green, and go ahead and hit delete hidden. I don't need that one anymore, right? And now I want to get rid of these little mini edge loops in between. So I'm going to go to B and go back to my Z modeler brush again, and I can actually hold down this, hover over a face, hold down Alt. If I just tap on the face, it's going to kind of make them a different temporary different poly group. But I can just go through like this and just make a few of these separate poly group here. And then Control Shift click on the purple to hide those, hit delete hidden. Okay, now these faces on the back I don't need at all, right? So I'll just Control Shift and Alt and just drag out a big rectangle and get rid of those, and once again hit delete hidden. Okay, so now I just have these 4 strips that I'm going to turn into these white strips right here. So what I need to do is I need to be able to kind of basically see how they come in and out here, right? So I have to kind of get a little bit fancy. So if I come here, for example, with my move brush, and I kind of pull these out, it kind of works, but I need to have a couple extra edges here. And you're going to see what I mean in a minute. So let's go ahead and go back to my Z Modeler brush, okay? I'm going to hover over these edges, okay? And I'm going to, so like this one right here, for example, I'm going to hover over here and hold down spacebar and change it to bevel again. Now I need to bevel this and have a very small little edge. So I'm just going to double tap. If I tap and drag, sometimes you have to kind of wiggle it, because if you don't, it's going to try and make it a lot wider. Now I can just tap and do that. So by the way, if you try to make it small and it kind of like snaps it to a bigger bevel, just wiggle it a few times so ZBrush knows that you know that you want to keep it nice and narrow. Now I can just tap, and it's going to do the exact same amount of beveling on all of these. So basically what it's doing is it's taking all these edges and turning them into two, right? And that's what I need. So now I need to move this edge and this edge in to get that little indentation thing here. So I'm going to hover over this edge, and I'm going to hold down the space bar again. I'm going to change this now to move edge. Now I can just grab this edge and move it. You can see how I can kind of move that out. And I can now do the same thing for here. I can move that out a little bit. Okay, on this side I'll do the same thing. I'll move that out a little bit. I'm going to move that out a little bit. I'm going to do the same thing for these. I'm not going to go crazy with these, but I'm just going to move them out a tiny bit. Okay, like this. Now I need to scale these down a little bit because they're too wide, right? So I need now to hover over this edge, hold down space bar, and change it to scale edge. Now if I tap and drag on this edge up and down, I can kind of scale it down a little bit, so I kind of see how it kind of like bends in. That's what I want, right? I want these to be like narrow, kind of like this. So tap and drag up and down, then you get the shape that you want. Okay, kind of like that. Now what I'm going to do is hit Control W to make them all the same poly group. All right. And now I'm just going to make them thicker, right? So I'm going to come over here to my dynamic subdivision, turn on dynamic. This goes crazy because it's smoothing them out. I'm going to make the smooth down to 0, but let's give it some thickness, right? Kind of like that. Let's see how this looks with everything else. You can see where we are with this, right? Not so bad. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit apply. Okay. Now again, you can see that they're getting a little bit wonky here. It's just because they're out of this, like these points are not in the same plane. So you might just need to get your move brush and adjust them so that they don't have quite so much of a bend going on, right? So you can see how like they're just getting a little bit wonky here. So we just need to adjust them, straighten them out a little bit. Okay. Now these are going to be the white stripes, which means the shirt underneath of this, we have to change this now to red, right? So I'm just going to go here back to my torso and select this. Let's go to isolate this with the solo mode, and I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click on this, right? And what I'm going to do basically is the back half of this is going to be blue. So I'm just going to Control Shift, click and drag, and kind of like hide that, and just I need to make sure that it's the same color blue probably as this lighter blue here. So I'm just going to fill it. Now I'm going to Control Shift click and drag to inverse my visibility so you can see where we are, right? So now we have that. So don't worry about this little blurry thing here. We don't really care a whole lot about that. I'm going to Control Shift tap on this again to isolate it. Let's get rid of that. And now we have this, and now I'm going to make that red, right? So whatever version of red you want, throw it on there. Control Shift tap to bring everything back. Then when we get out of there, you see we have that nice little setup going on here, right? So again, you can adjust the position of these. Obviously, you get your move brush or whatever, and you can kind of adjust how they show up. If you need to make these, have a little more space in between them, just use your mask lasso and just be careful because it can be tricky. Invert that mask, go to your move tool, and just and then pull them out a little bit. Okay, so something like that. And now we have ourselves this pretty cool shape going on here. I can kind of get my move brush and pull them away if I need to. Go to my little shirt here and push that back down a touch. Right, there you go. All right, but now we have our stripes here, and we're going to make this little part come out a little bit more too, probably. Just put like a little seam there once we have more points. But at least now we have that looking a little bit more like what we're going for. In the next video, we're going to add a little more stripes, the red stripes on the sleeves, put them in the right spots, and take a look at the legs as well. All right, so we're going to do the little red parts here now underneath the sleeves. And again, this is pretty much the same thing we've done a couple of times already. I'm just going to duplicate the torso and make them out of that. You can also just mask and extract, right? I mean, all these things we've been doing here, you could, technically speaking, just mask and extract all those things. I just don't think that's a great method, but you certainly can. I'm going to my torso. I'm going to be a little bit fast with this one now. I'm going to go to my torso and duplicate it. Again, hit Shift D to go to my to get out of that dynamic mode here. And I'm going to isolate just the parts that I want to work on, so pretty much just these parts right here, okay? And I'm just going to Control and Shift and go to my selection lasso and get rid of basically everything but, oops, let's try it again. That's weird. Let's do that. Let's get rid of these. So now we have like this little part right here. Hit Delete Hidden, right? And I'm just going to mask out these little guys here and then do a polish by features. Actually, let me mask out. I'm going to mask out that. I'm going to mask out this point. Oh, let's try it again. Sorry guys, let's try this again. I'm going to mask out these points. I'm going to mask out these 2 points. Okay, and then do a polish. This is going to kind of give me a nice like diagonal line there, which is kind of what I want, but maybe I want to keep this too. So I'm just going to mask out all that stuff. Just polish just so I get that diagonal line right there. There you go. Okay, let's try that. Now I'm going to see if I can just remesh this, and it gets a little bit crazy. I'll make sure I hit same so it stays on. I'll just do it again so it remeshes a little bit better, and one more time. Sometimes remeshing a few times makes it work, but you see how in the back things get weird. So let's just come up here and do what we did before. Go to Geometry, go to Z Remesher, just turn on Legacy, try that. That's better. Let's try half and try that. Okay, so Legacy just works a little bit better here, I guess. Do a little polish just to smooth it up a little bit, and I think we're good to go. I'll remesh one more time. There we go, nice and clean. So again, sometimes you gotta keep trying. I'm gonna make that red. I'm going to come down here to my deformation tab and just do a little inflate just so I can see it. I'm going to go to my move brush here. You can use your move tool. I'm just going to go to my move brush and kind of arrange it so that it shows up where I want it to go. So basically I'm just going to kind of, again, you can just mask and push. I'm being kind of quick about this just for the sake of demonstration, but I'll mask that part out and bring this up a little bit so that it kind of goes up underneath the shoulder armor, right? Again, just shape it so that it goes where you want it to go. Long story short, it doesn't need to be, you know, anything amazing, but I just do want this to look like it's part of the outfit here. Okay, now this, you can see this little row, they get a little bit wonky. So if I go to my Z modeler brush, this is what I tend to do. I'm going to solo mode. You see how it kind of gets a little bit wonky here. So if I hover over this edge and have it set to insert, if you hover over this edge and hold down Alt and then click, see how it kind of gets rid of it gets rid of these edges, so it kind of makes it nice and straight. And now I can just tap and drag a couple of edges on there, and now it's not going to be nearly so bumpy anymore. It's just kind of a way of making things a little bit cleaner. Okay, so now I'm going to go here and go to my geometry. Let's go to dynamic subdivision, turn that on. I want to make sure that smooth is down to maybe 1 at most, and then I'm going to go thickness and crank that up. And you can see here it's getting thicker, which is good, but it's coming out of the bicep armor. What I want to do is I want to give it thickness, but I want the thickness to go inside as opposed to outside. So right underneath our thickness here, we have this thing for offset. Crank it to negative, and now it's thick, but it's going inward instead. That's what I want. So I'm going to hit apply, okay, and I'm going to fill that just to be on the safe side if I haven't yet. Go to my move brush and just again make sure that it's exactly where I want it to be, okay, like this. And again, feel free to adjust it however you see fit. I'm just going to be somewhat quick about it just so that you're not stuck watching me noodle at this all day. But there you go, right? So we have my little arm parts right there. And maybe I'll just nudge it down a touch here. So like I said, I'm gonna keep saying that you do it on your own, but I'm gonna keep doing it too because I can't help myself. All right, I'll stick with that for now. You got the same kind of a thing here on the forearm parts. What I might do with the forearm parts is I might put it right above the forearm instead of below, just because I don't really have any room for it. I want to have a little red here, but I'm just going to put it right in this little area here. So again, let's go here to our torso really fast. I'm going to put this, hang on, rename this upper arm red. And I'll go back to my torso, duplicate it, and solo. Right, I'm going to hit Shift D to get out of that mode. And I'm just going to Control Shift Alt and hide that. Invert that. You can see what I have, right? Just this little bit of red piece here. I'm just going to Control Shift and Alt and get rid of the stuff that I don't need behind here, because all I want really is enough for it to show up underneath. Oops. Let's bring back these guys. So again, I just want to have enough of these so that they show up through there. Don't need them. Okay, bleed hidden. I'm gonna pull it out a little bit, and then once again go to geometry, dynamic, turn on. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna crank up some thickness here. Okay, like that. Negative offset. Hit apply, and then I can just pull this out a little bit here. Right. Fill it with that red. So again, it just gives us something here to kind of offset that a little. Again, we're going to try and fancy this blue part up a little bit, but I just want to have a little bit of red in there for the sake of diversity. And we can do a kind of a similar thing on the side here on the pants, but I'm not really going to worry about that right now. Well, we might do that at the end if we have time. But let's stop it here. In the next video, let's start looking at the boots. Okay, so I want to work on the boots here, and then we're going to go back and adjust some of these pads. But the boots are a little bit tricky because right now they look like wearing like socks, and we need to give them like something that feels a little bit more substantive, right? So let's go here and make sure we select the boots. And by the way, if you can hit the N key on your keyboard. N is in Nancy, and you'll bring up a little window. You can just choose the subtool that you want to work on. So I'm on the boots right now, and I'm going to go to polyframe. And the first thing I need to do is I need to give myself a nice flat bottom here, especially if I want to print this guy out. I want to make sure that the bottom of these boots are nice and flat. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift to go to my selection tool. I have my selection lasso here. And I'm going to hold down Control, Shift, and Alt and just drag out a nice selection of the bottom faces. It's a little bit nasty. That's okay. Control, Shift, tap, and drag, and that's what I currently have right now, right? So now I can come in here if I need to and adjust and hide some of these with Control, Shift, and Alt. But I just want to kind of, if I have a little few coming up here like that, it's not the worst thing in the world, okay? Something like this. That's probably pretty good. Now what I'm going to do is, and I'll get rid of these back ones too. So now I'm going to go polish my features, and it's going to kind of clean up those edges. And now I'm going to go to my W key, my move tool, and I'm going to hit a little Google Maps icon, and I'm going to scale it vertically like this. It's going to scale it, it's going to kind of basically crunch all the faces down into a single line, and I move that down like this. So now it's basically flat on the ground, and I'm going to hit Control W to make that its own poly group. Alrighty? So now when I Control Shift Tap to bring everything back, you can see what I have here, right? It's a little bit weird looking, it's okay. I'm just going to Control Shift Tap again on this purple. Now that happens sometimes, by the way. You kind of like just an edge gone. That's just because you have the select lasso. If I change that back to my select rectangle, I can Control Shift Tap on it and it won't do that. And I'm going to isolate that just so I can, from underneath, I can get my move brush and just adjust the shape a little bit here, because I want to make sure that only this is visible so that I'm not affecting the boot above it. And make sure you shift snap your camera so you're looking at this straight from underneath, right? You don't want to have this off to the angle, because you want to make sure you keep this nice and flat. Okay, so there we go, something like that. Control Shift Tap to bring everything back, and now you can see what I have going on here. So it's a little bit weird. I'll Control Shift Tap on this again, mask that out. So I just Control mask it out, then bring out everything back, and I can just lightly smooth around that just to kind of make them come together a little bit better. Okay, and now I'm going to Control Shift, clean my mask, Control Shift Tap one more time, and then Control Shift Tap and drag to invert this, and just hit Control W to group all these together. Control Shift Tap to bring everything back. Now they look like they're the same poly group, but they're not. They're very close, but they're not. Let's come here now and to remeasure, same, keep groups, and just go ahead and do that. And you can see now it's going to kind of give us a better look. Now this thing is off to the side here, so I'm going to undo that for a second. I'll Control Shift Tap on this and go to my move tool and just kind of move these over a little bit, because now when I bring everything back, it's a little bit better. And now I'll just remesh this really fast, and there we go. So by keeping the groups, it forces ZBrush essentially to maintain the border that we had created between these guys. Okay, so I'm going to Control Shift Tab on this one more time, mask this out, bring everything back, and then just get my move brush and make these things come in the right area there, kind of so they meet up a little bit better. Okay, there we go. So I just want to kind of get that a little bit better now. Now again, when you remesh, you lose your paint, so it's not going to be brown right now, and that's okay. My main concern is just getting this to look like it's got a nice solid bottom to it. Okay, now I also need to kind of create basically a boot tread. So this is going to be weird. First things first, let's go here and get a dark brown color. I'm going to go with a dark brown and fill that. Now let's go to my boots here and duplicate the boots. And I'm going to do the same kind of thing we did with the armor here. I'm going to go to solo mode, Control Shift Tap on just the soles, and delete hidden. So this is just the bottom here. And now I'm going to give this some thickness. Okay, so I want to show you. I'm going to go to Polyframe so you can see this. I'm going to go to my Z modeler brush, hit B, and then Z. I'm going to go to Z modeler. This time, instead of hovering over an edge or something like that, I'm going to hover over a face where it says polygon, which says polys. Now by default, it's set to Q mesh a single poly. You'll see it says Q mesh a poly. I'm going to change the action. I'll hold down, hover over a face, and hold down spacebar. I'm going to change the polygon action to extrude, and the target to polygroup all. So all the purple polygons, and since they're both polygroups, purple, it'll work. I can just hover over this little face here, like on an angle, and just tap and drag my pen, and see how I can extrude this out to whatever thickness I want. Okay, so now if I get out of solo mode, you can see I just have this this little tread here, right? I can make it, I can scale it up if I want to make this tread a little bit bigger, you know, whatever. Okay, so that's nice and quick, right? I can kind of take care of that. I do need to give him a heel as well, so I'm going to hold down Control, and I'm going to mask out, say like this first part, like say there, and Control Tap to invert that. Go to my move tool and just gently bring this down just a little like this. I need to kind of give myself a little room to put that heel on there. Okay, clean my mask. And again, if you got a weirdness there, just make sure that you don't have it, you have like just exactly masked out along that line, so you don't get some weird little bendies there. Something like that. Okay, like that. Cool. Now I'm going to go here to my boots. I'm going to do a similar thing. I'm going to mask out from here, Control Tap to invert that. I'm going to mask out the top part like to about here, and then just go to my move tool and just pull that down so it kind of matches up with that. Okay, there you go. So now I'm going to go in the next video, give him the heel and the little treads on the bottom of his boot. So now we're going to feel like we have a full boot set up, and that'll be in the next video. Alright, so in the last video we started with the boots. I want to kind of come here now and give the boot treads, the sole, some treads and a heel, right? So let's make sure that we're on the little tread part here. And I'm just going to do everything from this piece. So I'm going to go back to my Z modeler brush. Go to B for brush, Z for Z modeler. Go ahead and grab that. And I want to basically choose the faces that I want to extrude down for the heel. So I'm going to hold down Alt and just tap and drag. You essentially, while holding down Alt, you can essentially paint the faces that you want to be this poly group that you want to extrude. Just make sure you only get the ones that you want. Okay, maybe I'll do, yeah, just these. Now I'm going to hover over this, and it's already set to extrude polygroup all because that's what I had last video. If you didn't get there, hold down spacebar and change the polygon action to extrude and the target to polygroup all. And now I can just extrude that down and get myself a nice little heel. Now again, if you want to take your time, make sure you get the length that you want, and that's fine. I'm going to now pull down some treads here so that they kind of go together. And I'm just going to do it somewhat randomly. I'm going to hold down Alt and tap and kind of choose a couple of these faces here that are just going to be the treads of the boot. It doesn't really matter. I just want to have something that feels kind of like this. And now I'm just going to tap and drag and bring that out. Okay. And again, if you don't get exactly lined up, just use your mask, right? I'll mask out these little guys, invert it, and then move my move tool up so they kind of, you know, are in the same spot roughly, something like that. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to go to solo mode, and I want this edge to be a little bit beveled here. So take a look. I'm going to come over here to my subtool. I'm going to go to geometry and open that up. And I want to, because right now, if I were to hit D to make it look smooth, you see how it gets really soft and mushy. So I want to kind of have some of these edges stay nice and sharp. So I'm going to do what's called creasing, and creasing kind of keeps the edges somewhat sharp. So I'm going to come over here to my geometry menu and go to crease. Now I want to make sure that the crease level, I'm going to set this to 2, and you're going to see why eventually, just plain old 2. And I want to come here and hit this thing that says crease PG. It's going to crease the polygroup border. In other words, where these 2 different polygroups line up, it'll crease that. So if I hit crease PG, you should see a little darkening line happening there. So now if I come in here and hit D, you see some of those edges stay nice and sharp. Some still get a little bit rounded here. So I'll hit Shift D to get out of there. And for this, I need to come in here with my Z modeler brush and add a few more extra edges. So I'm going to hit B for brush and then Z for Z modeler. Okay. Now I'm going to hover over one of these edges and make sure this is set to insert edge loop. And you see what happens when I hit D, this kind of gets all weird looking here. And I'm going to hit Shift D to go back. What I need to do basically is tell ZBrush to contain this edge better. So what I do is hover over this little edge and tap and drag. You see I get this edge here. I'm going to come and have it butt up right against here. Okay. I want to do another one right up against this little L shape here. So I'm going to hover over this little line and tap and drag so I can go perpendicular with that. So now if I hit D, see here, it's still getting a little bit weird looking. Okay, I guess because I need to have another one on this side. So I'm going to click and drag right here. So now I have this. See, now it's getting a little bit better, right? Almost there. I need to have another one going along here. So basically, I have to kind of like surround each of these little corners. So now you can see it looks a lot better, right? It's not perfect, but it's a lot better. To make it perfect, I have to come around here and add an edge one more time around this corner. So basically, from every direction, now this corner is nice. So I have to kind of go through and do that to all of these. And if you're not sure how this works, just let me know. But I'm just going to basically intersect with all these edges that are kind of like around these corners, so that they are protected from all sides from getting too soft. It's a little bit of a weird concept at first, but just think that every edge around that corner needs to be sectioned off and, oops, don't do that, or that, sectioned off and protected from getting too soft when we subdivide or smooth. So I'm just coming through here basically and adding these edges. And it's easy to kind of like miss one, but you know, of course, when you smooth it and you see what part goes crazy, you'll know. So now let's take a look here. If I go hit D, you can see now all these edges are doing pretty well. Now, why did I say that thing about making sure the crease level was 2? Because the crease that keeps these edges nice and sharp will only stay in place for 2 levels of subdivision. So if I divide and divide and divide, now it's going to have a little bit of softness to it, which I kind of want. I don't want it to be too harsh. That's all. So it just kind of gives you a little bit of freedom to kind of play around. I'm going to actually make these boots a little bit darker. I think that feels better. Let's go here to the actual boots themselves and do the same thing. That feels better too. Let's go to my move brush, and I can kind of adjust this shape of this boot a little bit, of course. But now let's go back here to polyframe, and let's go to solo mode again. And I want to do a similar thing here. I'm going to go here to brush, Z modeler brush, right? And I don't need to do too much. I want to kind of hover around this little edge here and make the sole of the shoe a little bit cleaner. And the same idea here. Let's kind of keep that edge. Okay, so now if I hit D, again, it just keeps this a little bit softer. That's all. And again, these boots need to be shaped better, and you can do that. I don't need to, I don't want to show you. I have to sit there and make you watch me fuss around with these boots, even though I'm probably going to do it anyway. But that's good enough, I think. So now we have our basic boot shape. Obviously, you want to make sure that you're happy with the overall look. You might need to thicken it here and there. Use the inflate brush maybe, and just kind of give it some more substance, right? But we're going to do a little bit with the boot, just like we did with the pants. We're going to add these little covers to them to kind of give them, again, a little bit more pizzazz. So I'm going to do that in the next video. We're going to add a little bit more to our boots to give them some substance. Okay, so for the boot coverings, it's going to be the exact same thing that we did with the clothes. which is basically duplicate the boots and then cut off some parts. So I'm going to go to the boots here. I'm going to go here to my subtool palette really fast. I'm going to name these the soles. So I want to make sure I don't forget that. And now here's the boots. I'm going to duplicate the boots. Okay, I have Shift D so that they're nice and blocky again. Let's go to solo mode, and I want to basically kind of give myself these coverings. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift to go to my selection tool, go to my selection lasso. I'm just going to hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, and just kind of get rid of the top parts here. And again, you just have to use your camera. Make sure you turn on double-sided so you can see what's what. If you need to kind of bring some of these guys back, just Control, Shift, Tap, and drag. That'll get rid of those. I'll delete hidden to make sure those are gone, just to kind of give myself a nice starting point. And now I need to kind of basically get rid of some of the things here. I think I can probably just do it with this Control, Shift thing instead of using the clip curve, the slice curve, I should say. So let's go ahead, Control, Shift, and Alt. And I'm going to come in here and just delete or hide that. Right now, again, if it goes through and I miss some parts, Control, Shift, Tap, and drag to see the parts that you missed and hide the ones that you want to keep. Then bring them back like this, right? Delete hidden. And now if I want to kind of have this be a little bit more of a soft flow, I'll just do a little polish by features, right? And that gives me a nice soft flow there. And now I'll just remesh with same. And now I'll get that built that way on purpose, just like as if it was supposed to be that way. Right, so now you can see right in the exact same spot. I'm just going to go back to my Z modeler brush. You could use a dynamic subdivision with the thicken, or just hover over the face. Make sure that this extrude polygroup all, extrude it out, right? And now you have yourself some thickness here. I actually want to come in here and extrude that inward too, just to make sure there's enough to kind of like completely overlap the boot. Okay, and there we go. So now we have that. And again, you can make this a slightly different color, brown if you want. If you want to make it so it's almost like it's more a little bit of blackish color, whatever makes you happy. And he's got basically some straps going around there. Okay, so we can do that as well. Let's go here and go to our little boots. Duplicate the boots again. Solo mode. Let's Control Shift click on this outer group here, and again, you see here, because I extruded inward, both inner and outer groups show up, which is not what I want. So let's go here and close up subtool. Let's go here to polygroups and hit auto group. It's going to make each of these guys their own separate polygroup. Okay, Control Shift click on just this one. I hid the one that I want to keep, so I'll just Control Shift tap and drag. Oh, let's get rid of that red guy. This is all I want is right here, so I'm going to delete hidden. And now I'm just going to basically give myself 3 strips of faces. So take a look. I'm going to hold down Control and Shift. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to my Z modeler brush. Let's hover over an edge here. You see how it says Insert Edge Loop, and it says Alt Delete Edge Loop. So I'm going to hold down Alt and Delete. Oops. Why did that happen? Oh, I have to make sure I hit Delete Hidden. Don't forget to hit Delete Hidden. Okay. I'm going to hold down Alt and click. And why is that happening? Let's see here. Oh, I had symmetry on. Sorry. Turn symmetry off. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to come down here. Where's my next strip going to be? Right here in the middle. I'm going to hold down Alt and get rid of that one. And right down here, hold down Alt. So these 3 strips I want to keep. Okay? So let me show you a quick way to do that. I'm going to hover over this. And right now it's set to Extrude Polygroup All. What I'm going to do is hold down Spacebar and change the action to Polygroup and the target to be a poly loop, a loop of faces. So I'm going to make a new polygroup out of a loop of faces. So how does it know which way to go, left and right or up and down? Well, you're going to see this little orange line pointing in different directions. See that? So if I want to make sure it goes left and right, tap. See, I was going in the wrong direction. Tap. There we go. I got that. Now I'm going to do the same thing here. Tap. The same thing here. Tap. So these are the 3 strips I want to keep. So I'll Control Shift click on the dark blue, Control Shift tap and drag, and now hit Delete Hidden. So now I just have these guys. And again, maybe you want to adjust this a little bit, because you can see here, for example, it's a little bit off. So I'm just going to adjust that size a little bit there. There you go. And hover over this face, change it right back to Extrude Polygroup All, and then give myself an extrusion like that. Right, and now I got those strips. A little too much. Let's make it a little bit less. There you go. And I can get my move brush and kind of nudge these down a little bit if I need to. Something like so. Okay. And again, if I go to solo mode, and I can see here like there are some weirdness. There's some weirdness going on here. I'll just, I'll get my move tool and adjust it if I need to. This little guy here. There you go. Okay. So something like that. I'm going to extrude that inner part here because I want to make sure it goes inside the boot entirely. But now I have my little strips. Again, I'm being fast about this, but these, as you can see here, they're like a lighter brown, so I'm going to come up and sample that brown up here, fill that. It's a little too light, so I'm going to make it a little less light, something like this, and then come here and hit mirror and weld. So I'll get the same thing on the other side. There are some little silver hardware things in there, which we'll do later on. It's no big deal. I'm going to actually go back and use this same darker brown on the belt and the gloves. They just seem a little too light for my taste. Better. All right, so now we have that set up. So we're really getting around. We're really getting there, right? So what else do we need to do? Well, we need to get the little backpack straps on here, and we need to work on the belt a little bit more. But let's get those straps on there so that we have the backpack part set up, or not backpack, but the straps set up. Then we can start moving on to the head. Okay, so we're going to be doing some stuff with the straps and stuff, but what I want to do first is do a little bit of fixing of, not fixing, but a little bit of adjusting to the pads that we've made. Because these pads, let's say for example I go to this one right here, I'm going to do it just once and then you want to do it to the rest of your pads here. You can see here, if I solo this, they have a very, very sharp edge like that. You can see they're very, very sharp and it just doesn't feel normal. So one of the things I want to do is, one, I want to be able to subdivide these and have them actually, smooth out a little bit. But if I subdivide them now, turn the thickness down, you see here they kind of just get a little bit, they just get a little soft. And you might want that, but you might not. So what I want to do is I want to find a way to smooth them out, but also keep the edge a little bit sharp. So I'm going to do that thing we did with the boots. I'm going to come up here to crease. I'm going to go to the crease level and again make it maybe 2, and then I'm going to hit crease polygroup. Now, if I hit D to show me this smoother version, see it still stays very sharp because remember, dynamic subdivision by default gives you 2 layers of subdivision. If I went to 3 though, it's going to start getting a little bit small, a little bit softer, right? Because after 2 subdivision levels, that crease won't hold anymore. But what I want to do actually is, I'm going to turn off dynamic subdivision really fast. After you crease the polygroup, what you can do is you can give it a bevel, a nice little kind of rounded edge. And to do that, you do this from this crease menu. Once you've creased the polygroups, you'll see a bevel option here. Now, if I hit bevel, I'm just going to go to solo mode so you can see this. If I hit bevel, see how it gives me this, it's a pretty big bevel. And the bevel is based on this thing called bevel width. So I can kind of knock the bevel width down. And when I hit bevel again, let's just kind of undo that, I suppose. Hang on. And then hit bevel. Okay, so let's kind of adjust the width here. Yeah, there you go. Now it's doing it. For some reason it wasn't doing it before. So now you can see by knocking down the bevel width, I can give myself a nice kind of somewhat less crazy sharp edge like that. And because when you bevel this, you get a polygroup along that line, I can now hit crease polygroup a second time to redo it. And now when I hit D to smooth this, you get this nice kind of little edge there. It makes it feel a little less fake. So I'm going to do the same thing with these other ones. So here, if I go to these guys here and go to polyframe, right, I can go and bevel this. Actually, I have to crease polygroups first so it knows to give me those little lines. Then hit bevel, and I'll get that nice little bevel on there. And you see here the crease kind of goes away. So now I can just crease it again. So now it comes back. Now when I hit D to show me the smooth, you see how it gets a little bit goofy? It's just because dynamic subdivision is still set to give me thickness. So I was going to make that back to 0. But now I get that nice beveled edge along with that smoothness. So that's what you can do. You can go through all these, right? Go here to this one, for example, and do the same thing. I'll go here to crease polygroups. Now again, make sure your crease level is set to 2. Crease polygroups, and then do a bevel. Now in this case, see the bevel went crazy. It's because the bevel width was too high. So I'm just going to knock this down. So I'm just going to crease polygroups again, bevel, and adjust this until it works better, and then crease those polygroups again. right? So now again, I hit D just because thickness is back on again. So, but it just allows you to give these armor pieces something that a little less than a crazy sharp edge. So again, got this guy here. Let's zoom in, and we're going to go to crease level of 2, crease poly group. Make sure the bevel width is like 0.015 or something along those lines, and hit bevel. And I adjust this, you see here, see if it's going to actually do anything for me. It is, but I can't see it. Let's just isolate this so I can see. There you go, there it is. Right, then crease poly group a second time. Okay, and again, he'll hit D and then bring the thickness down so that it doesn't get goofy. But it's, again, it'll just make the armor look a little bit nicer because it won't have those really sharp edges. Because they just don't look realistic. So you can see here, this just looks really, really kind of bad. So again, let's go here to crease level of 2, crease poly group. I'm going to bring the bevel down to something like this. Probably see it. There it is. Crease poly group again. Now before I turn this on, just make sure the thickness goes down to 0. So now it looks nice and clean, and it's beveled. It's all nice. Okay, same idea here. Let's go to my guy. It looks like I've already creased the poly group, so I'll just do it again. Why not? Crease level of 2. And then get my bevel. Crease poly group again. Okay, hit D. Looks nice. So I said I was going to do it and then just do it once, but why not do it all together? So let's come here again. Let's crease level of 2. Crease poly group. It looks like I don't even have to hit the bevel button. If I just choose the bevel width, I can just start doing that. So you don't even have to hit bevel, apparently. Who knew? Okay, crease poly group again. Dynamic subdivision. Okay, there we go. That looks good. And it looks like we have to do this little part here. Now this little part here might require us to do something else. If I hit dynamic here, I might keep this sharp edge. I'm not really sure. Let's just see. Let's try it. Let's go to crease level of 2. And then we'll turn our, oh, sorry, I didn't hit crease poly group. There you go. And then I can get myself a nice small bevel. Don't worry about there. Crease poly group again. D. Yeah, that works out okay. Nice. Okay. So now we have these armor pieces looking a little better. Oh, we have to make sure that we do our elbows, which I forgot all about. So let's do that. Okay, let's go to polyframe. Let's go to crease level of 2, crease poly group, and then give ourselves a nice basic bevel, crease again, and make sure we make dynamic subdivision thickness level down to 0. Okay. All right. So now we have all that. Now we're ready to go. All right. So that was all one whole video just about that. That's fine. We're going to do the straps on his shoulders in the next video. All right. So we're going to do the straps now going around. Now you can see here that the way it looks in the back here is a little different than the way I'm going to do it. I'm not going to be overly concerned about the little padding back here. I want to do the straps. So let's go ahead and go find our torso, because we're going to use our torso as a starting point again. And once again, I'm going to duplicate the torso. So this should be a common thing by now. Hit Shift D to get to the blocky version. Let's go to solo mode. And basically what I need to do is have something that loops around the shoulders and meets up there in the back. So let's go ahead and hit Shift F to go to polyframe mode. Let's go ahead and hit Control Shift, go to our selection tool, go to my selection rectangle here. And I'm just going to get rid of the stuff I don't need. So Control Shift tap on the neck part, Control Shift tap on it a second time, and now I can just Control Shift tap on all the parts I do not need, right? So the forearms and that kind of stuff, that's probably good enough. Hit Delete Hidden. So now let's hit Control W and make this all one poly group. So what I want to do is I want to get a strap that kind of goes right around through the back here. I'm going to hit X, turn symmetry off. I'm going to do it on one side and then go ahead and mirror it over. And what I got to do is I'm going to use my clip curve, the same thing that we use to kind of draw out the shapes for the chest armor. But I'm going to do something a little bit different. Hit Control and Shift. I'm going to come up here and choose the slice curve. I think I may have said clip curve. I meant slice curve. Now you know typically how that works is I just Control Shift click and I can drag out a line, right? But that just cuts this whole thing into two groups. What I want to do is make a strip of a poly group. So how do I do that? Well, if I hold down Control and Shift to get my slice curve and hold down the space bar, you're going to see this little mini menu pop up. I'm going to change this to brush radius or B radius. What that's going to do is, instead of making a line that separates these two things into two different polygroups, it's going to make a polygroup based on the brush radius, the brush size that I have. So if I Control Shift, click and drag like this, see what it does is it kind of actually makes a shape. It makes a polygroup based on that shape. Okay, so I need to kind of try and find a way to get that looking the way I want it. So I'm going to have to do a little fanciness here. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift. Now I'm going to tap and drag. Now I'm going to let go of Shift so I can move my brush here. I need this to kind of curve around. So I'm going to come right about here and tap Alt just once. It's going to put a little bend in it. That way I can come straight through here like this. Boom. And now you can see I got my strap here. So it didn't quite work exactly the way I want. I'm going to make it a little bit thin, my brush a little bit smaller. And I just have to kind of, do the same thing. I have to just kind of do this until I get what I need. So something like this. Okay, that's not bad. So I'm just going to hold down Control and Shift and go back to my selection rectangle and isolate the blue. Okay, and go ahead and hit Delete Hidden. So now I have a strap that is not beautiful, but I can get my move brush now and just start shaping it a little bit, right? So I can kind of get what I need. And I can just nudge this up a little bit here if I need to. I can also just hit Polish by Features and kind of smooth it out a little bit. Let's get out of solo mode. Now what I'm going to do is come over here, hold down the Shift key, hit the eyeball icon to turn them all off, and now just turn on the two that I want. So now I'm going to get my move brush, and I'm just going to kind of adjust this placement here. So I want this to come here toward the middle, right? Kind of like this. I don't need it to actually come right smack dab in the middle. This little metal piece is going to cover that up. So I'm just going to kind of do my best to get it roughly in place, kind of like this. Right? Now from this angle, I'm going to Control and Shift, go to my selection rectangle here, Control Shift and Alt, and I'm just going to kind of get rid of the parts that I don't need, like that, right? Because I want to have that metal piece there. Go to my move brush and I kind of just straighten this up a little bit. Go ahead and hit Delete Hidden. So now I have this strap, which again, you can adjust as much as you need to. Like this, okay? Again, make sure you hit Delete Hidden. And now I'm going to come here and keep same, zero mesh, right? You should get a pretty nice one. And again, if it gets a little bit weird here, as it does for me, just remesh one more time, or remesh again. Like, eventually it'll get the hang of it. It gets a little better each time, or sometimes a little bit worse. If I knock it down to half, then it's okay. This is a weird little thing happening here. Because there's a couple faces here. So again, you have to just kind of be aware of what it is it's trying to rebuild. And if the faces are bad, then you might have to just get rid of the ones that are causing the issue. But I think that should work for the most part. There you go. I just hit zero mesh one more time with the camera pause because I didn't know how long it was going to take, and it got me a cleaner strip here. So there we go. Right, I got this looking pretty good. And now I'm just going to make sure that it's nice and connected to the... Now again, I don't know how it's going to look with the armor, so let's go over here, hold down Shift, hit the eyeball icon, then hit it again. And you can see this is where it is right now. So I can adjust this if I need to kind of make it make more sense. And again, you hold on the Alt key as you tap and drag, and it'll pull it toward the camera. So you can kind of pull it away from the body if you need to. And that's what I might do. I might pull it away from the body and then give it some thickness going into the body. So that way I don't have to worry about trying to guess, how far to pull it in, to push it in. So that's kind of where I want this to be. Now again, this middle guy is a little middle row of faces. I'm going to do a little polish. And that should clean it up a little bit. You see how that kind of makes this get rounded though? So I'm just going to undo that and mask lasso out the little edges, the little corners there. Do a nice little polish, and there we go, right? So let's go ahead and clear my mask. Let's come down here and choose Mirror and Weld. So that should give me 2 on either side. Hit X, turn symmetry on. I can pull it out a little bit, okay? And now I'm just going to extrude it. So let's go here to B for brush, Z for Z modeler. Hover over one of these faces, make sure it's set to extrude polygroup all. Now look, I'm going to turn off double-sided in case this is on. I'm going to turn it off for a second, and I'm going to extrude it. I'm going to extrude it in. It's going to look very weird for a minute. So I'm going to push it down. See how it looks like it's inside out? That's because it's inside out. So come down here and hit flip, boom, and now we're good to go. And while I'm here, let's just go up here to geometry. Let's go to crease level of 2. Okay, crease polygroup. And now I'm going to move my bevel so that it kind of gives me a nice clean bevel there, and then crease polygroup again. So when I hit D and smooth it, it's going to look nice. I'm going to choose the same color brown as the belt and fill that. And now we have our straps roughly put in there. Next video, we're going to do some hardware stuff. We're going to do the hardware on the belt maybe, and do the hardware on these little silver parts. Just kind of get those silver parts all over the place. And then we can start working on the gloves and the helmet. Okay, so for the hardware in the back here, I'm not going to get overly concerned with it being just like this. I just want to kind of make it look mildly like that. So let's go ahead and come in here to my subtool palette. I'm going to rename these straps really fast. And I'm going to put these, what is this? Okay, so I'm just going to call this red forearms. Okay, I'm sorry, I just wanted to name this stuff. So let's go here to the torso, and I'm just going to come here and hit insert. I'm going to insert a cube. It's a very big cube. Let's go back to my little move tool here and go to my gear and choose polycube, so I can replace it with a more usable cube. Let's go to my move tool. I went to my gizmo. I'm going to bring this out and make it bigger so I can see it. Now I'll get out of solo mode. Let's hit Shift F. I need to make adjustments to this overall shape here. So I need to go to my gear and go to my polycube, and I want to adjust the number of subdivisions we have going on here. Okay, I'm actually going to make this essentially 0 and 0, so it's just a solid square. I'm going to do the same thing from here. I'm just going to grab the little blue guy and crank it into. I don't want to have any subdivisions at all, just a plain old cube like this. Okay, go to my gear, hit gizmo to get to my move tool again. I'm going to scale it down. I'm going to scale it like this. So basically, it's a small little square, kind of like this. All right, and now I'm going to hold down Shift and rotate it so it's a diamond. Okay, kind of like this. Alrighty. Now let's hold down Alt, hit our orientation arrow to kind of reorient this, and I want to basically just kind of widen this like this. Okay, so I'm making this kind of like a diamond shape. Okay, I'm going to scale it down a little bit here. And I'm also going to grab this top part. Let's go to solo for a second. I'll hold down Control and mask out this top point, and then Control tap to invert that. So now if I get my move tool, I can just move that point down a little bit, kind of like this. Okay, so I'm just flattening that diamond a little bit here. So why am I doing this? Well, I want to make some adjustments here. So I want to extrude these top two guys out. So I'm going to hold down, I'm going to hover, go to my Z modeler brush, hit B for brush, Z for Z modeler. Okay, I'm going to hover over this face, hold down hold down spacebar. I'm going to make sure I set to extrude polygroup all. But the polygroup I want to do is actually just these two, so I need to make this into a temporary polygroup. So hover over a face, hold down Alt and tap on these two. So these are currently my polygroup. And now if I extrude polygroup all, see it's going to extrude just those up. And this is kind of going to be these two parts right here. Okay. Now I'm going to hold down Control and mask out. Now symmetry is not on, so hit X to turn symmetry on. I'm going to mask out these 2 points. Control tap to invert. Go to my move tool, and now I'm just going to scale these out, kind of like that. Right. So this is basically just a little bit of a. I'm just making them a little bit further out like that. Okay. And now for down here, it's going to be a similar thing. I'm just going to do hold down Alt and tap on both of these. Actually, you know what? In this case, I'm actually going to hold down, hit X, turn symmetry off. I'm going to hold down Alt and tap on this, and then extrude this out. And then I'm going to hold down Alt and tap on this, and now I'm not going to extrude it out. I'm just going to tap on it. It's going to extrude it the exact same amount. So now they're exactly the same. Okay. And now if I get out of solo mode, I can see how much I need to adjust this. So I get my move tool, go to Google Maps here, and again, let's bring this in to where it needs to be, so it's kind of close to our straps. Scale it down a little bit, rotate it down a little bit. Let's bring it in and just pop it right here. Okay, and now I can make the adjustments I need. So I'm going to go here to hold down Control and mask out this little area. Undo that. Hit X for symmetry. Mask out both of those. Control tap to invert. Go to my move tool. I'm going to hold down Alt and move it over here, and then hit my little Google Maps icon. That way I can just kind of move this up wherever I think it needs to go. Right about there. Okay. Now I'm going to clear my mask. Now I'm going to mask out just these two down here on either side. Control tap to invert. Google Maps icon to center it. I can move this here. I can rotate it so they kind of go where they need to go. Okay, kind of like this. Right? Something like that. Doesn't look great, but it's going to do the job for us. Now, I want this to look a little cooler, so I'm going to do a little bit more work here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to hover over this face. Okay, and I'll hold down the space bar, and I'm going to go here to what's that word? Inset. I'm going to inset. I'm going to do a single poly. Okay. And I'm going to choose legacy down here. This is just a modifier. I'm going to come here and hover over this and tap and drag. You see here, actually turn external symmetry off here. I'm going to tap and drag, and I'm going to inset a single face. Actually, I'm going to change it back to equidistant. Then I'm going to tap and drag. There you go. So my bad. So now I have just a little bit of an inset here. You see here I have a little bit of an edge around there. And now I'm just going to come to this next one and just tap so it does the exact same amount. And then coming down here and tap and here and tap and here and tap. So now I have basically these inset faces here. These are all separate little groups now. And now I'm going to hold down Alt, and I can just paint these 5 faces with a white poly group. And I'm going to change this now to extrude polygroup all, and I can extrude these out a little bit like that to kind of give me this cool little raised area. And now I'm going to bevel these edges. So I'm going to hover over this edge and hold down spacebar and change this to bevel. Okay, now I'm going to tap and drag on that edge to give it a little bevel, and now I can just come to this one, tap, tap, and they'll bevel it the exact same amount every time. Now let's go ahead and choose like a grayish color and fill that. So now I get out of polyframe, you can see where I got, right? I have like this little, it's kind of like just general weird looking thing. Again, it's not amazing, it's not awesome, but it's more than fine for what I'm going for. You can of course, you know, adjust this, push this in. I'm going to turn off symmetry here and go to my Google Maps icon so I can push this in a little bit more, right? And now it just, again, it just has the impression of something. I can go to a darker metal, maybe a darker thing. I kind of fill that. You can actually go to a metallic material as well, like Z metal, but I'm fine with this. So again, just want to have something in place that kind of shows those straps coming somewhere. All right, a lot of work for that, but now we can start doing some smaller things. We're going to do some of the little pieces of hardware on here, but I also want to do the gloves. And once you've done those things, then we can work on the face and the helmet. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. All right, so I'm going to work on the face now, even though I said we do some of the hardware and stuff. Let's get the face going. So I'm going to go up here and select the head. And before I actually do that, let's go to the eyes and paint the eyes in there. So I'm going to kind of paint them kind of like this Disney Infinity one here where he's kind of looking up at us. So I'm going to start by painting his eyes straight ahead, and then we'll just turn them up when we get there. So his eyes are very low res, like they're only 196 points. It's very, very low, right? If I go to solo mode, you can see they're just very, very low res. So I'm going to have to divide these quite a bit. So Control D once and twice and 3 and 4. I have to kind of keep doing it until I get at least about 786,000 points. That's probably going to be okay. And again, we'll just do some quick painting here. I'm not going to go crazy with this. Hit B for brush, P for paint. And you know how to paint eyes by now. I'm going to change this to drag rectangle and give myself a nice solid alpha, focal shift to -100. And I'm just going to give him some really quick eyes here. We're about there. I think he's got blue eyes, so I'm going to start with a very, very deep, rich blue. Drag it out just to the inside of the black there. Try and get that right in the middle. Here you go. I'm going to go to a much lighter blue, kind of like this. Go to the fuzzy alpha, go back to 0. Let's bring that out here. It needs to be more vibrant than that. There you go. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually just go with a nice soft brush here and tone down my intensity. So it's just kind of like that. Because now I'm going to go here with my brush, go to a nice fuzzy alpha, turn off lazy mouse, go with a light color, and I'm just going to come in here and just kind of highlight the bottom here, just so it looks like there's light hitting at the bottom. Now I'll go to white, sorry, go to black, hard edge alpha, drag this out, go here, and then let's give ourselves some nice little eye there. Make sure it's at 100% so you get pure black. All right, there you go. So we got my guy. Now again, I'm going to do the mask. I might not. I might do a video with the helmet off as well. So you can do that. You can choose which ones you want to do. You might want to have him with his helmet off. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give you basically two options here. So let's do the helmet first. So I'm going to go to the head first. Let's just hit Control D once to make sure that I want to divide the head once. I want to have a clear indication of the shape of the head. So I'm going to hit B for brush and J. I'm going to choose this brush called J Cut. J Cut is like the damn standard brush. It's just a little bit more subtle, and I can kind of get in here and I can kind of, it has a little bit more of a pinch to it, and I can hold down the Alt key and kind of drag out a nice clean line right here, for example, and kind of pinch the edges of the nose. Just to kind of give that nose a little bit more of a distinct line. Now I'll go to my move brush here and damp standard. So again, the J-cut brush is kind of like damp standard. I just kind of I like it for a little bit more subtlety. I'm going to kind of bring that up like this, get a little bit of a nasolabial fold going in there. Right, kind of come up here like this, and just kind of like just block out a very rough indication of a face right now. I like to use the J-cut brush for the lips as well. So I'll hold down the Alt key and just kind of, you know, drag out, pinch a nice little edge of the lip there, like this, right? Go to my move brush, kind of give the corner of a downturn like he's very stern, right? The ears, let's go to damp standard, and let's kind of like just carve in a little bit of an indication. It's way too low res for anything significant at this point, but we can just kind of give ourselves a little indication. Let's hit Control D one more time to get a little bit more. I'm going to go to my standard brush, give him a little bit more of a cheekbone here. I do want the face to be somewhat roughed in here, even though he's wearing the helmet, because I want the helmet to conform to the face as I'm going to have it. So that's a little too much there. So I just need to make sure that the face is the way I want it to look shape-wise, so that the helmet will already kind of be in the right shape when I make the copy of the head and make the helmet out of it. So I'm just going to build up some clay here, push in with the Alt key, and we'll just stick with that for now. Okay, I'm going to go back to my paintbrush, a little fuzzy alpha, low intensity, and go to kind of a reddish brownish tone here, and just kind of, you know, give them a little bit of a little color, just a little. Okay, so that's probably good for now. I just wanted to kind of give myself a little bit. He's going to look weird with no eyebrows, but the helmet is going to cover that up, so I'm not really overly concerned about that. Let's go ahead and look at the helmet now in the next video. We got the head roughly the way we want it, and in the next video we're going to actually start making the helmet for the head. Okay, so let's make the helmet. We're going to make the helmet very much like we made the other things, by duplicating the thing that it's on, in this case the head, and doing some, you know, carving. So I'm going to select the head, duplicate it, and let's go here to the solo mode for a second. Let's hit Shift D to go back down to that lowest subdivision level and go to geometry and delete higher. So we want really low res. Let's go to polyframe. We actually can use these poly groups to our advantage, right? So I'm going to get rid of the ones I don't want. So Control and Shift to get to my selection tool by selecting rectangle. Control Shift, I'm going to click on the ears. Control Shift, click on them a second time, and now I'm going to Control Shift, click on the mouth, this little part here, right? And that's, and I don't really need a lot of the ones here, but I need some of them, right? So let's go ahead and hit delete hidden. So now we're getting closer. Let's go to our side view, and I need to get rid of the stuff that I don't want, right? So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and change this to my selection lasso, and now I'm just going to get rid of what I don't need. So I'm going to come here, Control Shift and Alt. I'm going to drag out a big old selection through here. Oops, not that far. Sorry about there. Okay, something like this. It's going to come through here. It's got some weird edges here, so I'm just going to get rid of those. Like that. Zoom in here, you can see we got a couple little guys just floating around there. Let's get rid of those as well. Alright. You can get your move brush, obviously, and kind of enjoy it, kind of move that down a little bit if you need to. I'm going to kind of get rid of some of these here. I don't think I need all of them. Right, something like that. And I also don't need these eye openings. Before I do that, let's go ahead and hit delete hidden. And now let's get rid of the eye openings. Now what I'm going to do is hit Control and Shift and click on the green to isolate this. And now I'm going to get rid of the eye openings that I don't want. So Control Shift Alt, I'm going to hide, let's say, these. Okay, hit Control W to make that its own polygroup so I can see basically where I stand with that. And I think that's probably okay. Maybe I'm going to, let's Control Shift click on these guys here, and let's go here to visibility, which is right here. Hit grow, and that's going to grow by 1 row. Hit Control W again, and then Control Tap and drag to kind of clear it, see the opposite, and that's kind of what I want right there. So let's go ahead and hit Delete Hidden. Okay, and now again, if I need to adjust some of this, and I think that I do, I'm just going to get my move brush and adjust this shape a little bit like this. I'm going to hold down Control and mask out, say, this part right here, and then Control Tap to invert it, and then do a polish just to kind of smooth that up a little bit. Okay, and now let's go ahead and hit Control W, make it all one group, and let's give ourselves some subdivisions. So let's go here and what would happen if I polish this a little bit? Polish it a little bit's okay, but because I don't want this piece here, so I'm going to actually mask out this little guy here, so this stays nice and sharp, and mask out this little guy, and then I'll do another little polish because I do want that to smooth out a little bit. So you have to kind of figure out how much of this you want to protect. I'm going to keep the brows too and do a little polish. There you go. So now I get a little bit more of a rounder shape there. Now I'm going to hit Z Remesh with same. And I don't really love that. So let's come up here to geometry, go to Z Remesher, and I'm going to turn on legacy. Let's see if that helps. It does. So it's a little bit better. I'm going to hit one more time. Oh, not divide. Sorry, wrong button. So remesh one more time. Nope, that got a little bit weird. So turn off legacy. And I come in here with my move brush and just adjust this a little bit. And let's just do this one more time. So remesh, see if that helps. Nope. Okay, all right, a couple more tries. Finally got it to look pretty decent here. Okay, a little practice, eventually it goes through. All right, so now we got this shape here. I'm going to go ahead and switch to a dark gray and fill that. I want to kind of keep that dark gray color. And now we'll just do we'll give it some thickness. So let's get out of solo mode. And you can see it's right there on his face. So I'm just going to hit Control F so I can see this. And go to Brush Z for Z Modeler. Hover over this, extrude polygroup all. That way I can get some thickness here. Actually, I'm going to, before I do that, let's actually do it the opposite way. Let's come here and make it bigger first, because when I extrude it out, it gets a little scrunchy. So I'm going to go here to deformation and inflate this a little bit so it gets a little bit bigger. Maybe I'll just do this. Let's go here. Oops, shoot, let's grab that mask here. Go to my move tool. I can't find the move tool. Where's the move tool? There it is. Hit X, turn symmetry off. Pop this right smack dab in the middle. I'm just going to scale this forward a little bit. Scale that up a little bit. Scale that out a little bit. I just want to make it a little bit bigger. Now I go to my move brush, hit X, turn symmetry back on. So I want to kind of pull this away from the head a little bit here. Because I do want this to be outside of the head a little bit. That way I don't need to inflate it very much. Just a tiny bit. Kind of like this. And I can probably come down here and adjust this a little bit. Okay, something like so. And now I'll go to my Z Modeler brush, BZ, and then I'll hover over a face, set to extrude polygroup all, and I'm going to push this inward, right? So it goes into the head. It's inside out right now, so just come here, hit flip, right? And there we go. So now we can see where we are. We have this now. Again, the reason why I made this a dark grayish color is because I want it to be this color here, and then we're going to make the blue pieces kind of like the same way we made the armor, just by kind of taking the initial eye openings and the initial parts and just extruding more pieces. So I'm just going to mask out the parts I want to keep here, and I'll get my get my move brush and shape this. All right, so we have that roughly in place. Again, it looks a little weird right now. We're going to give it some Captain America stuff right now though. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. Let's go to polyframe. Let's Control Shift click to isolate this outer part here. Let's go to solo mode. Okay, let's delete hidden. And now let's just keep the parts that we want. So I'm just going to hold down Control and Shift and Alt, and I'm going to hide basically these areas. like so. Let's turn on double-sided so I can see the back of this. You can see here I want to kind of get some of this back, so I'm just going to Control Shift click and drag to inverse my visibility. I'm going to hide these and come back to this. Okay, something like that. Okay, so I'm just going to come through all the way down to say here, like so. Okay, and that should be good. Let's look at the side here, and let's get rid of all the stuff we don't want from here. So I'm going to try and do this again from the right camera angle so I don't lose the parts I want to keep. Okay, maybe I'll keep these two little guys. There you go. I'm going to hit Control W to make that its own polygroup. Now you can see I want to keep some other parts as well. So here I'm going to Control Shift tap and drag. I want to get rid of these. I'm going to get rid of one row of these. So this is going to take a little bit of tedious getting rid of things, but this is the way it has to go. So I get rid of these. Hit Control W again. So this is its own polygroup. And now I'm going to get rid of, let's try it again. Get rid of these guys, these guys, these guys. So I'm just basically trying to get this shape here, roughly. Again, I'm not going to stress out about getting it exactly the way. I just wanted to kind of look roughly similar. So let's come here and come this way. Get rid of that stuff. And shake this and this down. So I'm guessing kind of like this, right? It's not perfect, but it's okay. I hit Control W. And so now when I Control Shift tap to bring everything back, I'm going to isolate the red, this red, right? These are the parts I want to keep. I'll hit Delete Hidden. Now I'm going to Control Shift click on this part and to isolate it, and then hit Split Hidden because I want to have the other one be its own thing. So I need to do some work on this, obviously. So what I want to do to kind of get this this helmet looking okay is I want to use my my slice curve. Now, if you remember, when I made the straps for the shoulders, I had slice curve set to work a different way. So let me just make sure that this is the only one I have, the only size I have here. So I'm only on one side of this guy, and this is I can't see what I'm doing here. Okay, it's right here. So I'm on the right hand side here, on his right hand side, and I want to kind of adjust the way this looks. But I have to go to Control and Shift and then hold down the space bar and make sure I turn off the brush radius because that was causing some issues. So now I'm going to come in here and basically get rid of all the stuff that I don't want by coming in here and just remember I can Alt tap to make an angle to make this turn. So I'm just basically using this as a way of getting a nice sharp line. So I'm going to come up here, double tap, and then double tap, and then go this way so I can get that nice clean line there. Right, so now I can just Control Shift click to isolate this part, and this is kind of what I want. So I'll just delete hidden. All right, and that should work better for me. Let's see if remeshing works. Sometimes it doesn't. Worked okay. Wasn't great, but let's try again. Okay, one more time. Slowly but surely. There we go. It's better. So now I'm just going to go hit mirror and weld. So now it's on both sides. Okay, nice. So again, depending on how perfect this works, you might need to go back to this helmet, for example, and adjust the overall look so they match up. Match up better. But for the most part, this is the idea, I think. Let's go back to this guy here. And now I'm going to sample this blue color. And let's fill this. Now, if I get out of solo mode, you can see it's barely visible. So let's go here to my Z modeler brush, B and Z, and extrude polygroup all to give it some thickness, kind of like so. Right. I'm going to come here and extrude that inward. I want to make sure it goes far into the helmet as well. And let's do the same thing we've done before. This is way too dark, way too light, I should say. And let's go here to geometry. Let's go here to crease level 2, crease polygroup, and then we'll mess up the bevel a little bit here so it looks kind of cool, like so. All right, now we have the other piece which we broke off. So let's grab that guy, which is this one. Okay, let's take a look at this. Now I do want to put an opening in this here because it's kind of segmented in the actual thing here. So let's go to Control and Shift. Let's go to my select lasso here, and I'm going to hide a couple of these rows here, like this, just to kind of add a little segmentation. And I'm going to come here and add and remove this little row here as well. Okay, something like so. Let's kind of come in here and remove these guys and this as well. I'm just trimming it down a little bit, kind of like this. Delete hidden. Okay, and let's take a look here. Cool. Now I come up here and extrude polygroup all. Oops, make sure I extrude polygroup all. Get this to come up a little bit, like that. Again, I'm just going to go in solo mode and just extrude that inward as well because I want to make sure that it goes into the helmet. There's no gap in between. And now I'm just going to do the same thing. Let's go here to geometry. Let's go to crease level 2. Right, crease polygroup level, and then turn that bevel width down a little bit so it's a little bit smaller. And again, you might need to come in here and do some manual adjustments to these little corners if they got too weird looking. So just get in there, right? There you go. And let's make sure you fill this with the same color. Okay, let's make sure that you crease polygroups again after you bevel. I think I forgot to do that. There you go. So there you go. So now we got those little pieces there. We're going to add the little lines on there as well. And again, you can kind of come in here and adjust this. I think I need to kind of adjust the overall shape of this part here. Hit Shift D to make that smoothing go away for a second and bring that down. Do the same thing on the actual under helmet here. Bring that down. Right. Like that. Alright, so let's see here where we are. Now again, let's go to this little black here. I think it's just a little bit too dark, so we're going to go to like a gray there. We have to do the strap underneath the chin. We have to do the little wing on the here. We can do the A really quickly. So let's go up here. First of all, let's do a quick save. I don't think I've saved for a very long time. And let's come up here to Z plugin. And we're going to go here to, again, make sure you save because this might crash sometimes. I'm going to go here to this thing called Text 3D and Vector Shapes. I'm going to go to New Text. Just hit, Shift A. I'm going to make this into a very basic font. So let's hit Enter. And you're going to see here, if I hit F, you're going to see here's my A. And it's not looking very interesting because it looks like whatever the heck this is. That's just because the font isn't good. So let's go here to the font, and that's going to go to something very straightforward. The font that I'm going to go with is called Tahoma. Okay, so I went through and I did a little bit of a bevel here, and again, you can do that when you make this letter too. Just if you have questions about that and you want to kind of get into the weeds with that, because it can be a little time consuming to get the letter exactly the way you want it to. Again, just ask me. I just don't want to kind of bog you down with a series of videos about making this A. So I'm just going to kind of do the best I can without that. Now I'm going to put it right here, and I'm going to go to my gear and choose bend curve, and not bend curve. I'm sorry. I'm going to hit accept. I'm going to bend arc with this. And for my side view, I'm going to grab the little green arrow and just kind of give it a little bit of a bend, so that it will conform better to the helmet. I can just kind of slide it in there. Okay, get my move brush and just draw it out a little bit if I need to. Right. So there we go. So again, we have the helmet roughed in. I don't know how easily I'm going to be able to make the wing on the helmet here. We're going to do the best we can. But for the most part, hopefully this at least was a good starting point toward getting the helmet set up. I'm going to do the straps and the lines here in the next video. And we'll be pretty much ready to pose him and add the shield and then do our finishing touches on the hardware. Okay, we're going to make the straps for Cap's helmet very much the same way we made the straps around the shoulders, by making a copy of, in this case, the head, the face, and doing some poly grouping. So let's go to the head here. Let's duplicate the head. I'm going to hold down Shift and click on this little eyeball icon to hide everything but the stuff that I want to see, which is basically the helmet parts, so I can see where to make the strap. And on this head, I'm going to go here to my geometry. I've already subdivided it, if you remember from before. So I'm going to go down to level 2 and delete the lower and higher. So I have only one level of subdivision, so it won't give me any grief if I try and do stuff. And now I'm going to go to polyframe so I can see what I'm working with here. So let's go ahead and hit Control W and make everything one poly group. Actually, you know what? Let's undo that. Let's hold down Control and Shift first. And let's just isolate the stuff that we want. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click on the purple. Control Shift tap on the purple again, and then the part of the face there. That's all I want. All this stuff I want to get rid of. So Control Shift tap and drag off the model to get rid of that. Hide it, I should say. Hit delete hidden. Now I'll just hit Control W. So now I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and go to my selection tool and change it to slice curve. And remember how we did it with the straps here. I have to hold down Control and Shift and spacebar and change it to brush radius. So it's going to make a poly group based on the radius of my brush, which I think should be good enough like this. So now I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click and drag from here. I can start up here, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to come right about here. I want to kind of go a little bit of a bend. So I'm going to come right about here and tap Alt with my brush and kind of arrange it so it's got a little bit of a hook on it like this, because it needs to go to the chin, right? So let's go right about there. Boom. And now we got that nice little green area there, right? Let's go to solo mode. Now I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and spacebar and turn brush radius off, because now I want to kind of cut across here so I can kind of make this poly group go away. So Control and Shift, just straight right across, boom. So now I just have this, right? Now I'll go to Control and Shift and go back to my selection rectangle, isolate just this part, delete hidden, right? Now I'm going to come up here to my Z remesher. Instead of down here, I'm going to come here. I'm going to choose half. I'm going to turn adaptive size down to 0. And then let's give that a shot. Boom. Now I have a nice clean remesh here. Okay. So now I'm going to get out of poly. I'm going to get out of polyframe mode. I'm going to come up here to the guy here. I'm going to rename this chin strap. Okay. It's kind of brownish, so I'm going to hold down Shift, click on the eyeball icon, and then hit it again to bring everything back. And I'm going to choose that same brown that I have here. Hover over, hit C, and then hit fill. Now I need to give it some thickness, so I'll go back to polyframe so I can see my faces here. B for brush, Z for Z modeler. Hover over a face, make sure it's set to extrude polygroup all. Extrude it out, like so. Okay, you can go on. I'm going to go solo mode. I'm going to bring this inward as well, just because I want to make sure it's nice and thick. Okay, I'm going to go here to geometry. I'm going to go here to crease level 2. This should be somewhat familiar by now, right? Crease poly group. Now I'm going to move my bevel in a little bit to give myself a little bit of a bevel like that. Crease that poly group again. Now when I hit D, it's nice and smooth. The edges stay the same. Now I have to make a little chin strap here. Should be pretty straightforward. Just looks like basically part of a cylinder. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm right here with this. I'm just going to hit Shift D to make this back to turn off dynamic subdivision really fast. And let's just go ahead, get my move tool. Get my little move tool here. I'm going to hold down Alt, hit my little orientation arrow to kind of bring it where it needs to be. Hit X to turn symmetry off and go to my Google Maps icon so it's centered. Now I'm just going to hold down Control and just drag out a copy, right? I'm going to go to my gear and choose cylinder 3D, like this, right? And I'm going to come in here, just go to polyframe so I can see this. I want to make sure this is fairly rounded, so I'm going to go like maybe like 36 or so. Again, I want to make sure it's some multiple of 4. And let's go here to my gear. And actually, you know what? I want to make sure that there's no line here, so I'm going to push this up so there's no line there at all. Go to my gear, hit Gizmo. Let's get split unmasked points to split it off. Let's go get that chin strap, this little part here. And what I want to do now is cut it in half. So Control Shift, selection rectangle, hold down Control Shift and Alt, and when I just cut it off right there. Okay, I'm going to turn on double sided so you can see what I'm working with here, right? Let's go ahead and hit delete hidden, and now I need to kind of close this off. So I'm going to use my Z modeler brush again. B for brush, Z for Z modeler. I'm going to hover over this edge. Make sure you're on the edge here, and hold down spacebar and change this from to bridge edges. Okay, so you have to click on one edge and then click on the edge you want it to bridge to, which is this one. Boom. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I missed it again. There you go. So you have to click on the edge, boom, click on the other edge, boom, and it bridges those two together. Okay, now I want to come here and get my move tool. I'm going to narrow it in like this. Right now, I also want to give a nice little bevel to this here. So what I'm going to do is hover over this edge. I'm going to change this to bevel with a space bar and bevel that like this. You actually bevel that edge too, but you don't need to. There you go. It's better. Let's go to my move tool, rotate it. Right, I can just kind of bring this where it needs to go, scale it the way it needs to, scale it down in this direction so that we have that kind of chin strap look. Oops, shoot, scale it out a little bit like this. You might need to adjust the curvature. I'm just going to actually just jam it into the chin because you kind of can't tell that it's you know, the way it's structured. So just going to jam it in there like that. Make sure it's okay. Maybe a little bit less. Here, scale it down like this and scale it in. Let's make it a little bit smaller like that. Okay, and once again you can see here, because it's got bevel, it's got some polygroups there, so I can go here to geometry, I can go here to crease, level 2, crease polygroup, do a little bevel if I want to. It's already got a bevel, but an extra bevel wouldn't hurt. Crease it again. And now I'm just going to choose a color. It looks like it's got kind of an orangish color here, so I'm going to do something like this. Fill that. Hit D to smooth it. Boom. All right, now we have our chin strap. Now again, it's got some little hardware pieces there. We can add those. That'll be like a final video at the end, but for the most part, I just want to have all the pieces in place. So now we have most everything. We need to make the shield. And we need to adjust the gloves, which are kind of, you know, boring, and everything else is just detail and hardware. So for the most part, most of our guy is done. We're going to make the shield, and we have to do the wings on the side of the helmet. So we're going to do the wings on the side of the helmet and the shield in the next video. All right, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. So let's go do the wing on the side of the helmet. It's going to be fairly straightforward. I'm going to go here to the little side part of the helmet, the part that it's going to be on, which is this guy right here. And I don't have any subdivision levels on there. I want to make sure the dynamic subdivision is turned off because I want to make sure what I see is what I get. And I'm going to use a brush called the topology brush. So hit B for brush, T for topology, and it's right here. The way this brush works is that basically you draw out a shape with your brush. If I tap and drag, it's going to draw a little line. I can draw another line like this, and when I crisscross it, once I get a four-sided face, you're going to see this little highlighted area. That's going to turn into clay. If I tap on this, it's going to make clay in the thickness of my brush size. So if I tap on here like this, boom, it's going to give me that, right? So basically you make it's like a grid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I do a nice clean grid. I'm going to come down here to my lazy mouse and turn that on. I'm going to increase the lazy radius, which is basically the length of that red line that drags behind your brush, so to kind of smooth out your stroke. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a version of this. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be similar. So I'm going to come here and just start here and drag a line up like this. Okay, let's try to do a better job of this. Let's come here and come up and say there. I'm going to do another one right here. Now I'm going to do some lines going this way. So I'm going to crisscross like this. Make sure it goes through. Make sure it goes through all the way. And you want to give yourself some room because these little curves can be kind of magnetic and they can kind of try and link together. So it can be a problem if you're not careful. So I'm just going to drag out these like 4 little lines here. And now I'm going to start dragging out more 4 little lines to kind of make a grid. Okay, see how I missed there? So you got to be careful. I got to undo and make sure, oops, make sure I don't have a problem. There you go. Then I come across here, come across here, come across here, come across here. So now I have basically this little shape here. Okay, I have white as my color. Make sure your draw size makes sense and just tap on the mesh and you're going to get a shape based on what you drew. Okay, it's going to split unmasked points and now you got this little guy. So let's go here and I need to make some adjustments. Let's hit polyframe so you can see what's going on here. So this is kind of ugly, so what I'm going to do is go to B and then Z, go to my Z modeler brush. Let's clean up these lines. So I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down spacebar and change it to insert. I'll hold down the Alt key and click on these edges. See, by getting rid of them, I've kind of cleaned up that edge a little bit, right? I can do the same thing here, just clean up that edge. And now I can just bring them back in by clicking and dragging and actually adding them nice and cleanly, right? Now I can do the same thing here if I need to, right? Just clicking and dragging. Now there is a little indentation there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bevel these edges right here. So I'm going to hover over this edge, go to bevel, kind of what we did with the stuff here in the belly. I'm going to tap and drag and give a little bit of a bevel edge right there. Tap, tap, tap. So now I need to basically decide which faces I'm going to extrude up to give these little wings a shape here. So I can hold down Alt, and I'm just going to paint basically everything but these little 4 bits of green that I have here. So I have all those, right? Now I'm going to hover over here, change it to extrude polygroup all, and then extrude that up a little bit, right? So now if you take a look, we have something like this, right? That's really all I wanted to do. I'm going to go to my move tool. I'm going to just nudge it into the head a little bit here. Just going to push that in just a touch with my move brush. Okay. Now if I hit D to smooth it out, it gets a little curvy, which I don't mind, but it gets weird here at the end. So let's fix that. Okay. I'm going to hit Shift D to get back to normal again. Let's go back to my Z modeler brush, B, Z modeler. I'm going to go to my insert edge loop brush. I'm going to hover right around one of these edges and make sure I make it set to insert. And now I'm going to tap and drag and add an edge here. It's going to help retain that sharp edge at the end. I want to do the same thing down here. Click and drag and add one right here. And right, let's just see how that looks. Now let's hit D. And now we're looking a lot better. I want to make these edges a little sharper. So let's hover over right here and add an edge loop right there. That keeps that a little sharper there. Now what I'm also going to do is I'm going to do the old crease. So let's go here and come here to see how this works. Go to geometry, go to crease, crease level 2, crease polygroups. Okay, and now if I hit D, we get a nice, a nicer looking version of this. I don't like the way the crease looks down here. So, again, you can decide for yourself what you want to do with that. I'm just going to hit uncrease PG. I don't need that. I'm just going to Control D, Control D, Control D. Get a few subdivision on there so it looks nice and smooth, and I'm okay with that. Now, I want this on the other side, obviously, so I have to come over here and delete my lower subdivision levels. Let's hit mirror, merge into one subtool, and now it's on both sides, and we're good. And again, if you want to mess with that, hit X so symmetry is on, and then you can adjust it with your move tool or whatever. If I go to brush and then move infinite depth, for example, I can just adjust the whole placement of this. Again, move infinite depth just moves it all the way, like moves the entire thing, not just the faces you see. So at least I know that I'm moving everything instead of like just the front faces. But it's just a way of adjusting this a little bit. There we go. I'm okay with it looking like that. You can just nudge it in a little bit more into the head, like this. And then just bring this part out a touch. Okay. There you go. All right, that's good. So now let's do the shield. And we're going to do that in the next video. This one took a little bit longer than I expected, so we're going to do the shield in the next video. The next video is all about the shield. Now I'm going to do the shield pretty much right kind of where it is in this picture here. I kind of really like that pose, so I'm going to do that. So I'm just going to start here by going to my subtool palette and just hitting insert and just bringing in a shape. I'm going to bring in the sphere. Let's go to my move tool and bring it straight forward. Make sure you keep it centered. And I'll go to my gear again and choose sphere 3D. And this is very important that you choose sphere 3D because you want to get these options here. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I want to have a flat part right in the middle where that blue and blue part is, and where the what's that thing called? Where the stars kind of go. And I want to make it a little bit smaller than this, like that. There we go. Now from the side view, grab this green guy and crank it all the way in, so that you have it be kind of like half half a sphere, kind of like this, right? Let's go to my gear and choose gizmo, and now let's squash it down even more so we have this nice shield looking thing happening here. All right. Now, what I want to do is get rid of this flat back here. So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift to get to my selection rectangle from the side view, Control, Shift, and Alt, and drag out a square. It's just going to grab that bottom little row there of faces, right about there. Hit delete hidden. So now it's just this, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little fancy. Okay, this here is where the star is going to go. Now I might need this to be a little bit bigger. I don't really know for sure. I feel like it should be. So let's go ahead and go to my Z modeler brush, B, Z, go to Z modeler. And I'm going to hover over an edge where it says Insert Edge Loop. I'm going to hold down Alt and tap to get rid of that one. I think that's better. Now if you look at it from the side, that little point here is still sticking out a little bit. So I'm going to hold down Control, Mask Lasso out that one little point. Go to my side view, Control tap to invert that. Now with my Move tool, I'm just going to pull that little point back so that it's more in line with the rest of the shield. All right. So now how am I going to make this red, white, and red? I'm going to use poly groups. So hold down Control Shift to get to my selection tool. And I'm going to hold down Control Shift and Alt and just hide that middle part. Okay, I hit Control W to make a poly group out of what's left. Okay, so this is going to be blue. This is going to be the stripes here. So now I got to figure out, you know, where the red stripes are and where the white stripes are and so forth. So it's about almost 4 rows of faces per. So with that middle part missing, I can just come up here to my visibility menu and hit shrink. It's going to shrink it by 1 row at a time. So I'm going to shrink once, 2, 3, okay, maybe 4. And I'll hit Control W to make that a different poly group. Now I'll shrink 1, 2, 3, 4. Control W again. So now I Control Shift tap to bring everything back. You can see what I have, right? I have these different stripes here. They're not exact, so let's go here and bring this one in. I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down spacebar, go to Slide, Edge Loop Complete. I can slide it in a little bit like so. I can slide that one in. I'm just going to kind of like nudge them in so that they're more evenly spaced, like that. Okay? There we go. So what I want to do now is I want to bring out these little rows here. So I'm going to separate these stripes with a little bevel. So I'm going to come here and hover over this edge, hold down spacebar and go to bevel, Edge Loop Complete. I'm going to tap and drag just a little bit just to give myself a little bevel there and do the same thing here. Boom. Okay, now before I extrude any of this stuff out, this is one-sided right now and I need to have faces on the other side, but I don't want to just extrude this out. I need to kind of give myself faces on the back. So if I do this right now, if I go over a face here like this and hold down the space bar and change it to extrude all polygons, look what happens. I lose my poly groups, which stinks. So if I grab this though and extrude it inward and make it inside out like that, I don't lose my poly groups. It's inside out though. If I turn off double sided, you see it's inside out. So just hit flip and now I'm good to go. So now I have thickness and I have these poly groups still. So let's go here and hover over one of these faces, change it to extrude poly group all, and extrude up this group just a little bit, okay? I'm going to hold it here and just tap to make that one the same, and tap to make that one the same. So now I have these groups all extruded out, and I'm just going to bevel these edges a little bit. So let's come in here with my brush, going to hover over this edge, make sure I set the bevel edge loop, and just tap and drag, give it a little bevel. Do the same thing on that edge, same thing on that edge, same thing on that edge and that edge. I'm just going to bevel all these edges here. Can be tricky to get in there, but make sure you do. Gonna do that, boom. Now I'm not going to bevel this edge here where the blue is, but I'm going to add an insert an edge loop here to kind of keep this nice and tight. So I'm going to hover over an edge, change it to insert, and just tap and drag and get an edge going all the way up to the end there to kind of keep that from getting too soft when I subdivide it. So now if I come here and hit D to make it look smooth, you can see I get this nice clean looking shield, right? So I hit Shift D because I want to actually subdivide it for real. Now let's go ahead and go to solo mode and go to polyframe, and let's go ahead Control D, Control D, Control D. I want to have it be pretty high res. And now let's go to Control and Shift and isolate this. This is going to be my blue, right? So I'm going to go here to a nice dark, deep, rich blue. Like this. Fill object. Okay. Now I want to Control Shift click on. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to isolate this. right? And then Control Shift tap on it again so that I can see what I work on here. So what I'm going to do is Control Shift tap on this middle guy right here. And then, well, let's try this again. Control tap on the purple. There you go. And now what I'm going to do is come over here to polygroups and hit auto group. So it's going to make them, these three different guys, their own polygroups. So now I can just Control Shift click on this guy, and I'm going to go to visibility. I'm going to grow until I get to basically the end of this little ring. Okay, that's my white one right here. So I'm going to go to white and hit fill. Now I'm going to Control Shift tap and drag to inverse my visibility, and Control Shift tap on the blue to hide that, and Control Shift tap on the inside to hide that. So this is all I have now, and this is all going to be the red. So it's going to make this red, fill, Control Shift tap, and now I have nice looking shield here on the inside. Right now it's currently white. I'm going to Control Shift tap on that. I want to make this look metallic, so I'm just going to go with a gray for now. Control Shift tap. There we go. So now we have a decent looking shield, and you know how we can make our star here. I'm just going to go here to geometry. I'm just hit delete lower. I'm not going to need to have this lower res at any point. Now I'm going to go to my move tool, hold down Control, drag out a copy of this, go to my cylinder 3D. This time I need to make this only have 10 subdivision levels, only 10, right? Because I want to make sure that it's going to be like a star. I'm going to go to polyframe. I do want to give myself probably one little guy right here in the middle. Okay, go to my little gear, go to my gizmo. I'm going to split this off because I need to do some masking on this, right? So here I am on this little guy. If you remember, I'm going to mask out. I'm going to mask out the top one and mask out every other one here. Okay, go to my move tool. Now I'm going to hold down Alt so I don't move it in the blue. I'm going to hold down Alt and then grab the blue so it scales in every direction but the blue. Okay. Again, I want to scale it in the green and the red, so it's weird, but you hold down Alt and hit in the blue so it knows to scale it everywhere but there. Okay. Clear your mask. Go to your move tool obviously and scale it in like so. Scale it down so it fits. Okay, like so. And again, you can decide whether you want it to kind of come out a little bit, how much you want it to come out. You can kind of have it very, very like subtle like this. You can kind of grab that little point and do a little, you know, a slight indentation like that, which I think kind of looks cool, right? And now I'm going to come up here, go to my shield, and hit merge down, and now it's all one piece. And I can just get my move tool, center it. And I'm just going to bring that right smack dab down here, right in front of him. I think it's kind of cool to have him standing here with his hands on it. But we'll see. I'm going to put it down like this, and it's a big shield. I think that actually makes sense to kind of have it like that. That's how I'm going to keep it. All right, so in the next video, I'm going to look at posing this guy, and once he's posed, we can do the rest of the stuff. There's a few little things to do. We have to add some hardware to the belt, adjust the gloves, do the little stuff on the shoulder pads, little things that, and I was going to show you some details and stuff like that. But for the most part, we're largely done once we get the pose done. All right, so I know I was going to pose him, but I do want to do these armor pieces first, just because it'd be easier to do without having to worry about symmetry. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go to the shoulder pads here. Let's go to my shoulder panels. Go to my move tool. I'm going to hold down Alt, hit my orientation arrow. I'm just going to kind of bring them up a little bit so they're on top of this. Maybe even just move them out a touch so that they're kind of separate from that. All right, so now let's go ahead and hit Shift D to make sure that if I had that dynamic subdivision turned on, that it's off now. Let's go to polyframe and let's take a look at this. So what I want to do basically is give myself this kind of raised edge. So I need to kind of grab some of the faces on this edge of this light blue group here. So I'm gonna hold down Control and Shift and click on this group. Okay, and I'm just going to basically but hide some of the faces that I don't want. So in this group. Right, so I'm just going to go to my Z modeler brush, so hit B for brush, C for Z modeler, go here, and I'm just going to hold down Alt and make sure I hit the faces, not the edges, because if you hold down Alt, hit the edges, you'll delete edges. But I'm just going to paint basically with the Alt key pressed all the faces that I want to hide. Now I accidentally grabbed those, just hold down Alt and paint over them again. So I just want to basically paint out the faces that I want to hide. So I think honestly that I want to actually use these. So instead of painting the faces I want to hide, I'm going to just paint all the faces I want to extrude, because I want to make sure I get just the faces that I want to be the little raised area. So I was going to paint out all the ones I don't want, but since I went one row too far in, I'm going to switch gears and just make these the ones I do want to extrude up. So there we go. I'm just going to hold down Alt and just paint all these in. There you go, like that. Okay. Now I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and tap to bring everything back. And I can get my move brush if I want and kind of adjust this a little bit, just to kind of, you know, make this a little less thin down here. And you can always do that, obviously. I'm just going to be a little bit careful about it. There you go. All right, so now I'm going to extrude this up. So I'm going to go back to my Z modeler, B for brush, Z for Z modeler. Let's grab it. I'm going to hover over one of these faces. It says Q mesh or poly. Right, so by default, it's going to just Q mesh, but a single face. But because I have these selected with the Alt key, it's going to do it to all of them. But I changed this to extrude. So I'm going to hover over a face, hold down spacebar to get to my polygon actions. I'm going to go to extrude polygroup all. Okay, hover over the white face, tap and drag. Get myself this nice little extruded area here. Now, this is kind of a weird little thing happening here because I had beveled this edge, so it kind of has this weird little thing. I kind of don't like that, so all I'm going to do is hover over an edge where it says Insert Edge Loop, hold down Alt, and then tap to get rid of those two edges. There you go. So now it's nice and clean. Okay, now I'm going to come in here with Insert Edge Loop. I'm going to tap. I'm going to add an edge loop right here. It's going to kind of keep that edge nice and sharp. You know how we've done it before. I'm going to do the same thing right here. Click and drag and keep that edge loop nice and sharp. This one, I want to bevel. I want it to be a little bit softer. So I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down spacebar, change it to bevel, and then tap and drag and get a nice little beveled edge on there, like that. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing right here. Just tap, boom. Oh, see how kind of it gave me the wrong beveled edge. So sometimes you have to kind of like try different edges until you get the bevel to go around the right direction. I don't know how that works, but now we got that. And now I'm going to go back to the edge, hold down space, I'll go back to insert, and I'm just going to insert a couple more edges just to kind of keep that, again, from getting too soft when we subdivide it. There we go. So now, if I hit Shift F to get out of that mode and hit D and go dynamic subdivision mode, now you can see we have these nice little parts here, right? So that's really the main thing I wanted to do. He has a little Avengers symbol on the side, which I think we can add after the fact, no big deal. Okay, so now we have those. You can go to my move tool and kind of move them back down where they belong. All right, nice. Okay, so now we can go ahead and start with the posing. So we'll do that in the next video. Now posing can be a little bit tricky because you're moving a lot of parts at the same time, but he's very symmetrical in this pose here, so this should be relatively straightforward, hopefully. And what I want to do that is I'm going to use what's called transpose master, or transpose mesh, I should say, which is right down here. You got these two little buttons. The first button will temporarily combine him into a single mesh. The second button will split him back up into his parts. So we're going to, because again, by combining him into a single mesh, we can move more than one subtool at once more easily. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and make sure my color is set to gray, because when it combines him into a single mesh, it doesn't have any paint, so I want to make sure I can see what I'm doing. Now let's go ahead and hit this first button, T-pose mesh. It's going to go through and combine him into a single guy. Now don't worry, your actual character is right here. You still have him right here. This is like a copy of him, basically. And that's just going to give me the ability to kind of move things around. If I go here to polyframe, you'll see each subtool is its own polygroup. So I could use that to my advantage and mask out and isolate areas that I need to do, to move. So for example, for now, let's grab his shield and move it forward so we can see what we're doing. Hold down Control and Shift, get to my selection rectangle, and tap on that to isolate it. I'm going to go to my move tool, hit the little Google Maps icon, and just bring this. I'm going to bring this behind him actually for now. Right now, I'll Control Shift tap to bring everything back. So now I can see what I'm working with. Now, first thing I want to do is I want to give him a wider stance. So what you're going to be doing a lot of is hiding the things you don't want to mask. So I'm going to isolate the parts that I need to move, which in this case are his legs. So hold down Control and Shift and tap, for example, on his little pads here. I'll Control Shift tap on him a second time, and now I'm just going to Control Shift tap on all the parts I need to move, which are everything from here, right? I'll just Control tap in space here to mask everything. Control Shift tap to bring everything back. And now I want to kind of get a little bit more in there and get a little bit masking in here right in the groin area. So hold down Control. I'm going to go to my mask lasso, and I want to come in here basically and mask out like this part right here. Now you can see here it's not doing it symmetrically. Don't forget to hit X, turn symmetry on. Usually you don't need symmetry on when you're doing this because you are breaking symmetry, but since he's symmetrical here, I want to kind of keep symmetry. Hit W for move. Now I'm going to hold down the Alt key and move the move tool right up here. Okay, and now I'm just going to rotate those legs out. I want to kind of give him this wide stance. Okay, kind of like this. Okay. Oops. Now look at where this move tool is. It's way over here. You want to hold down the Alt key and bring it right where the hip bone would be. That way if I need to swivel his legs or whatever, it's going to swivel from the right spot, right? There's going to be a little bit of fixing to do. It's no big deal. Clear my mask. Come in here, a little bit of smooth is fine. But while you're in here, you do not ever subdivide or delete anything. It needs to be the exact same model coming out as it is coming in. Now his legs are out, but now his feet are weird, right? So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift. And again, you're going to see a lot of this. I'm just going to be kind of isolating the parts that I want to move. Control, Shift, Tap, and drag. I want to grab his feet at the ankles. So I'm going to hold down Control and mask out the feet at the ankles, roughly. Remember, Control and Alt is an unmasker, so you can kind of adjust that a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I'll Control Shift Tap to bring everything back, Control Tap to invert my mask, and now I can move these. So again, it's a lot of isolating things that you want to mask, and then masking them, or masking their opposites, and then switching the mask. So now you can see here I'm going to move the move tool where his ankle is, right, and then I'm going to kind of bring those feet so that they're more flat on the ground, so so he can stand on the ground better. Okay, like so. Okay, Control Shift Tap on the shield. I'm just going to move it up so that the ground will snap to his feet, so I can see how they fit. All right. Now, I need to bring the shield to the front, so I'm just going to mask out the shield. Control Tap to invert. Go to my Google Maps icon, reorient my tool, and bring it straight to the front. I want this to be right here, right at his feet. I might even rotate it back toward him a little bit so that he's kind of like that. Okay. All right. Now, let's bring his shoulders forward. So I have to kind of, I want to bring his torso down a little bit. Right now he's very angled back, right? So let's go here. Control Shift click on the hands. Control Shift click again, and get rid of all the stuff that's torso-y. And I'm going to come in here. I'm just going to mask out everything right about here under the rib cage. Okay. Control Shift Tap to bring everything back, and then I'm going to come and mask out everything else. I just want to make sure that I get everything that is under the rib cage here. Control Tap to invert. I'll Control Tap once on the mesh just to kind of blur that a touch. Hold down Alt and bring my move tool right here. I'm going to hit X, turn symmetry off just for now, so I can go to my center and then bring this down so it's right in the center. I'm just going to bring this down a little bit like this. Okay. I'm going to now mask up to right under the rib cage, and then Control Tap again. Move this up just a little bit, just to give it a little bit more of a smooth rotation. Okay, like that. Now let's get the arms moving here. So Control Shift Tap on this. Right. I want to get all these. So I'm going to just mask out everything around the shoulder area right here. Oh, make sure symmetry's on, for goodness sakes. Okay, go back here, Control Tap to invert, Control Tap a little bit just to kind of blur that mask. I just want to have a little bit more there. Can be a little tricky. Go to your move tool, hold down Alt and move it to where the shoulder is going to be. And I want to bring this forward a little bit like this. Right? Bring it forward like this a touch. I'm even going to just pull it down with the move tool. I want this shoulders to come down a little bit like that. Okay. Now I'm going to hit Q to make that move tool go away. I'll hold down Control and Shift. Click on the arms, the bicep stuff, and everything from the bicep down. Okay. And I want to see if I can do this here. I want to just kind of grab. Actually, you know what? Yeah. I don't even think I need to do the bicep parts, but I'm going to. So I'm just going to mask out everything right around here. Okay, Control Shift Tap, Control Tap to invert. Go to your move tool. Now look, I'm going to hold down Alt and I'm going to orient this tool so it's right in the middle of the bicep area, and that the angle is the same, because I want to rotate the arm like this. Okay, I'm going to bring that arm forward a little bit, like that. Okay, bring it down a little bit. All right, and now I'm going to Control Shift tap on the hands and just mask out the wrists. Control Shift tap to bring everything back. Control tap to invert. Bring my move tool down here. Now, again, we haven't done anything to the hands yet, but what I want to do basically is get the hands roughly in place as to where they would be if he's holding on to this shield, right? I don't need to get the fingers exact. I don't need to have the shield in exactly the right space. I can always just move the shield whenever I need to, right? But I just need to get that roughly in place there, okay? So I think that this is actually pretty good. Now let's bring up the head. I want him to look up a little bit at us, so I'm just going to come in here and mask out. Actually, it's just Control Shift tap. Let's do it the right way. Let's mask everything out. Hide everything, I should say. Okay. Mask everything out. Control Shift tap to bring everything back. I'm just going to mask out a little bit of the bottom of the head just so the neck doesn't move anywhere. Okay, let's get our move tool. Bring it up here. Alt, click that little orientation arrow. Okay, I'm going to hit X, turn symmetry off so I can move this right in the center. Move the head back head up a little bit, but not much. I want his head still down a little bit here. In fact, you know what? I don't know, man. Maybe I want to have his head down a little bit like this. Now have his eyes looking up. That's actually pretty cool. All right, I think we're good like this. Okay, I might. He kind of still has like this weird little forward lean that I don't love. So let's go ahead and adjust that. So what I'm going to do is Control Shift tap on the legs and all the boot stuff. Mask everything else out. Control Shift tap to bring everything back, and then I'm going to mask out this. And let's go to my move tool and come here. It's going to look a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's invert that. So I want to have everything but this down here. And the shield. I want to mask out the shield. There we go. So now I get my move tool put right here and just angle the knees back a little bit like this. Because he was leaning forward a little too much for my taste. There you go. Now I can just adjust the shield if I need to. Okay, and I think we can just adjust the hands after that. I think that looks much better. He's got a little more balance going on there. Okay, so now we're just going to come down here, make sure everything's unmasked and everything's visible. Hit the second button. It's going to jump to this guy and slowly just kind of swap out each part for the pose part. It's going to look a little weird while it's doing it, but once it's done, we're looking pretty good, right? So all I'm going to do now is really quickly, I'm just going to go to the eyes. Go to my move tool, hit the little center Google Maps icon button to kind of center it, and then bring the eyes up a little bit like this. There you go. So okay, next video we're going to do the hands, get the hands where they're supposed to be and adjust everything else. But for the most part now, just a lot of little finishing up stuff. Okay, we've been neglecting the gloves, so let's go ahead and fix that. Now, as far as the fingers go, again, the fingers, it's just going to be a matter of masking and moving the fingers around. That's not something you need to watch me do. It's just masking and rotating. I'm going to adjust the shield so they kind of line up a little bit better. But for now, my main concern is just making the gloves look like gloves. So he's got kind of like a little band around the wrist and a little band around the hand. So instead of trying to make it from this or kind of build it out, I'm just going to do what we've done a million times already and just duplicate the gloves and make them from duplicate. So I'm going to grab my hands here, duplicate them. Let's go to solo mode. And you can see here, it looks like the fingers are kind of cut out as well. So we're going to do a few things. First, let's make the band around the wrist. So let's go here to my Z modeler brush, which I love, and let's just grab the edges that we want. So we're going to come here and hover over this face, hold down spacebar. I'm going to go poly group, poly loop. I'm going to come here, right, this little die and tap to make that a poly group, tap to make that a poly group, and tap to make that a poly group. So these are going to be the little bands here. So Control Shift tap on this guy to make sure you get those. Now I'm going to Control Shift tap and drag to inverse this and just choose split hidden. So now that's going to be its own thing. Now let's look at the band on the actual hand itself. It's going to be these two rows right here. So again, same idea. Let's come here and make that a poly group, make that a poly group. Okay. Control tap on that to isolate it. Control tap and drag to invert, split hidden. Okay. Now here's the cool part. Now I'm actually going to go I'm going to go back in time now to before I've done any of that on this duplicate here. And I'm going to make this the gloves, the actual gloves, which means, and the reason why I want to do that is because I want these little cutout fingers here. So now I can just come here and Control-Shift-Click on that part here of the pinky, Control-Shift-Click on it again, and now I'm going to Control-Shift-Click to hide all the parts that I don't want to see. Right here, okay. I'm going to hit Delete Hidden, and now let's close these holes up. Now again, I'm not going to go close holes because that gives you kind of ugliness. So I'm just going to hold down spacebar and change this to Close Convex Hole and just tap, close it like that. Actually, I'm going to tap and drag to get myself a few extra lines in there, and then just tap. Make sure you get the right guy. There it is. Tap, 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 tap. So now these are going to be the actual gloves. And now if I go back, if I get out of solo mode, you kind of can't tell, right? Because they're in the exact same spot. So let's go here to the actual hands, and these are just going to be for the fingers. So now I'm going to go to solo mode, and now I'm going to do kind of the opposite. I'm just going to keep just the fingers. So Control-Shift-Click on the hand part, Control-Shift-Click again to hide it, and hide these parts here because I don't need any of those. Okay, I'll hit Delete Hidden. This time I'm just going to hit Close Holes because I don't really care. I'm not going to see that. It's going to be inside the gloves. Okay, so now if I get out of here, you can see here, it's kind of, let's turn off the shield so we can see what we're doing. Let's find the shield and turn it off. Shield, there it is. So now I'm just going to come in here, I'm going to turn off polyframe, and I'm going to fill this with his skin tone. So I'll hover over the skin, hit C for color, hit fill object. You can see where we are right now, right? So now I'm just going to get my any brush here and hold down Shift and just tap and just lightly smooth it down just to kind of thin it out a little bit. Right, so that it thins out a little bit and just kind of like stays inside those gloves. So now basically I have the fingers as a separate part than the gloves. I'm going to select the gloves here. You can see because when I filled these holes, I got that white paint. So I'm just going to see the sample of that brown and fill it. So now I can just adjust this as much as I need to. Now let's go here to the parts that we separated. Right, so here's the little band around the hand. And I'm just going to go to polyframe so you can see, there it is, you can barely see it. But I'm just going to do what we've done a number of times already. I'm just going to give this some thickness, and you can do it any number of ways, right? You can use the dynamic subdivision that we've used earlier. You can also just use your Z modeler brush. I like to use the Z modeler, so I'm just going to come here, Z modeler, hover over a face, hold down spacebar, extrude polygroup all, extrude it out to give it some thickness. And again, you can see here, it's a little bit like wonky, so you can just get your move brush and adjust this as much as you need to in order to make it look the way you want it to. I'm going to do on the inside here my Z modeler and also just extrude it in this way just to make sure there's no gaps in between. And we can do what we've done a number of times. We can go over here to Geometry, Crease Level 2, Crease Polygroup, adjust our bevel width so we have a nice little bevel there like that, and then crease the polygroup again. So now when I hit D, we have this nice strip there, right? And let's do the same thing for the other part. This is the wrist part. Hit Shift F or go to polyframe so you can see what I'm talking about here. Okay, looks like I need to get my move tool here. I'm going to hit my little Google Maps to center it, and I'm going to slide this down a little bit because I think it's a little too far into the forearm here. No big deal. Can I get my move brush and I can just adjust this until it's the right shape, right size. Okay, something like so. I think, yeah, and I think I'm actually going to get rid of, maybe a solo mode here. I'm going to get rid of this bottom row here. Control Shift, go to my select lasso, Control Shift and Alt to hide that, Delete Hidden. I think that's better. I didn't want it to be quite so much. I'm going to turn on local sim and I can scale this direction a little bit just to make it a little bit bigger. But I just want this to be nice and clean. So I'm just going to adjust this a little bit. And once again, let's go to our Z modeler brush. We're going to extrude polygroup all to give it some thickness. But you can see it needs to get, actually, I'm going to actually extrude it inward like that. And you can see here if I turn off double sided, it's inverted. So it's hit flip. So now it's the right way. Okay. And just like before, we can do that. Go to Geometry, go to Crease Level 2, Crease Polygroup, and then bevel it until we get the bevel we want. Increase that poly group again, right? And now we have that, right? So now we have these parts, and you can see here there's like some little pads going on there and that kind of stuff. So that's something that we can do as well if we want to. If I go to Shift F here, let's go to hit Shift D to get back to this. I can do it straight from here. I can just go to my Z modeler brush, hold down Alt, and kind of like maybe grab these guys right here, extrude that poly group out a little bit, right? Maybe hover over an edge and go to Insert and give myself a couple extra little edge loops here, just so that those edges stay nice and clean. Right, and now if I hit D, you can see I get these little strips there, all good. These little metal pieces we'll do later. So now we have the gloves, okay? And again, what I'm gonna do is in between videos, I'm gonna kind of just mask and move these fingers. Now because the fingers and the gloves are now separate pieces, I'll need to go back to T-pose mesh so I can kind of mask and move them all together. But I'm gonna mask and move them into, into a spot where they actually go around the shield. Then when I come back, we're going to just basically start doing some of our finishing details. We have to make the belt look a little bit more like a belt. We need to have a buckle and some pouches, and then little pieces of hardware here and there, and that's going to be pretty much it. Okay, so you can see I just moved the fingers around a little bit, and I kind of put them around the shield. Let's give his belt something that actually looks like some stuff. Let's give him a buckle, for example. I'm just going to be a kind of a quick little buckle here. Let's go to our subtool palette. I'm just going to find the belt here. So here's my belt. Let's rename this belt, and I'm just going to insert right beneath it a new shape. It's going to be a cube, but I'm going to change it anyway to a smaller cube, and that's going to be the buckle. So I'm going to go here to my gear and choose Polycube. I'm going to go to my poly frame here. I want to be able to see what I have here. What I want to do is I want to give this only 3 up and down, or 2 divisions in the up and down. That's just for me. The other ones I'm not really overly concerned about. That's perfectly fine. Let's go to my gizmo. I'm going to scale it down a little bit. I want this to be obviously close to the same size as the belt. So I'm going to hold down Shift, click on the eyeball icon, and then just tap the ones back on that I want to see. Let's kind of come here and pop this where it needs to go. I'm just going to do a little bit of adjusting to the way this looks so it has a little bit more of an interesting feel to it. So what I'm going to do is go to my Z modeler brush. So hit B and then Z. Just go to Z modeler. I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down space bar and change it to slide. Edge loop complete. I'm going to grab this whole edge and just slide it up like this. Okay, and I'm going to slide this down. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to grab this whole edge loop and slide it this way. And now I need to slide just this edge, not the entire loop. So I'm going to hold down Shift over this edge and change it from slide edge loop to slide edge. And just push this that way. I just want to have like this little thing going on here. And I'm going to make that basically a little indentation. So I'm just going to hold down Alt and then just select all these faces right here. Actually, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down spacebar and change it to bevel. I'm just going to bevel that. I want to give myself a little separation there. Now I'm going to hold down Alt and grab these guys on either side like this. Okay, hover over this, change the polygon action to extrude polygroup all. Extrude that out a little bit, just again to kind of give us a little bit of variation there. And let's just go here to geometry. Let's go to crease level 1, doesn't really matter. I'm going to go to crease, I'm sorry, not crease, crease polygroup, crease PG. And now I'm going to do a little bevel, and you can see here I just want to have a little hint of a bevel, kind of like that, just so it has a little bit more of a cool look to it. Okay, fill it with that color, and you should be good. You should be good to go. I'm just going to fill it with a slightly darker version. There we go. So now we have that. Let's go here and I'm going to call this buckle. And Shift click on the eyeball icon. Shift click to bring everything back. So now you can see what I got here with this. Now let's go ahead and give the belt some pouches as well. So he's got these little pouches on either side, right? So there's actually a brush that we can use for that. So I'm going to go to the belt. I believe the belt is not subdivided yet, which is good. And let's go to solo mode so I can see this a little bit. And let's go up here to our light box. And we're going to go here to brush. Let's go here to insert. And I think somewhere in here, there's an insert pouch brush. Okay, actually, let's go back to brush. It's actually in the miscellaneous folder. So I'm going to double tap on miscellaneous. And you're going to see a bunch of options here. I'm going to move to the end. There's a little thing here called tactical clip pouch. Let's go ahead and grab that. Double tap on that. Now, symmetry's on. I'm going to make sure I hover over here, hit C to sample that color. So when I install it, when I drag it out, it's going to be that color. Now I'm going to tap and drag here. Oh, now you see how I do it, it's going to drag out this little line. Because it's actually in curve mode now, which allows you to drag out more than one, which is fine, but I don't want that. So I'm going to go up here to stroke, right, and go under curve and just turn off curve mode. So now it's just going to be like an insert brush. So I'm going to come here and tap and drag this little pouch out to say here. Now again, the belt is masked off, which is good. So I want to split this off, right? So let's go ahead and hit split unmasked points. And now let's go to my pouch here. Now again, I'm going to turn off solo mode, but I'm going to hold down the shift key and turn off all the eyeball icons except for the pouch and the belt, because I want these pouches to be a little bit wider. Now I'm going to go to polyframe. You can see here this button is a different poly group, which is good. I'm going to hold down Control and Shift, click on this, and then mask out those buttons. Control Shift tap to bring everything back. Go to my move tool and just scale this out. I want these pouches to be a little bit wider, kind of like this. Okay. Also going to use my inflate brush down here and just kind of inflate this a little bit because this is very, very thin. I don't like that it's so thin. If I want to print this out, for example, these thin edges here will make it difficult for the thing to maintain its integrity. So go ahead and do that. Clear my mask. Okay. And now I'm just going to go to my move tool and from the top here, hold down Control and just drag out a copy of this. I want to give him a couple here to kind of flesh out the side of the belt and make sure it's attached and overlapping with the belt. Okay. I'm going to invert my mask here and make sure this is also nice and overlapping with the belt. Okay. Put as many as you want. I don't think he needs many more than 2, so I think it's okay. Hold down Shift and click on the eyeball icon twice to bring everything back. Right, so that looks pretty good. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to do really is add the little silver parts here to the gloves. So I'm just going to go here to the glove. I'm going to make sure I select the little glove strap here, the hand bands I called them. Let's go here to Insert Primitive Brush, and let's go here to Insert Q Cube. I'm going to make it kind of a grayish color and tap and drag on there. And split unmasked points. You can see here it looks like it's soft just because dynamic subdivision is turned on, so hit Shift D to make it go back to normal. I'm going to go to my move brush just so I can have, so I can see this a little bit better. And what I need to do is I'm going to go and grab my move tool. I'm going to scale this down. Make sure you have local sim on so it scales in place. Okay, so I'm going to scale this like this, make this a little bit thinner. I'm going to jam it into the glove like this. Scale it, scale it, scale it. Now I want this to kind of have that these little guys coming off a bit. So let's go to solo mode for a second. Let's go here to our Z modeler brush. So B, Z, Z modeler. I'm going to hover over this middle edge and hold on spacebar. Make sure to set the bevel, and I'm just going to tap and drag to kind of push that out like so. Okay, and now I'm just going to hold down Alt and select these 2 faces on either side. Hover over the face, make sure it's set to extrude polygroup all, and extrude that like this. Okay. Now I'm going to hover over this edge, hold down space bar and change it back to insert. Hold down Alt and tap to get rid of that because it's going to get in the way in a minute. And now I'm just going to hold down the Control and get my mask lasso here. I'm going to lasso out this little part and Control tap to invert that. I'm just going to slide this out a little bit like so. Right, mask this part out, slide that little part out a little bit more. So basically, I'm just kind of I'm angling these points out. So I'm gonna mask them out, angle them, mask them out. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. Doesn't need to be perfect. Now I'm gonna mask out these 2. Control tap to invert. Now I can just scale them out like that until I get the shape that I want, kind of like so. Okay, I want this to be a little narrower. I'm gonna grab all these. Control tap to invert. Go to my move tool, scale that whole thing out like this. Right, so now you can see that I can just adjust that as much as I want to. And let's go back to my Z modeler brush, hover over this edge, change it to bevel, see if we can get it to go around, and it kind of does. Sometimes it gets a little bit weird right here in these inner corners, so you just get your move brush, make it really tiny, and grab that. Oops, I missed. Make it really tiny. And you might need to kind of get fancy with your mask too. I'm going to mask out that one little point, so I can grab this point and pull it. It's just annoying that it's a little bit picky about the points that you can grab sometimes. There you go. Okay, so now we have that shape. get out of solo mode, and you can see, you know, it's on the glove. If you need it to kind of bend around the glove a little bit better, it's going to be hard to bend this because it doesn't really have many points. So what I'm going to do here is come over here to geometry, turn off the smooth modifier next to the divide button, so I can divide this once or twice and then hit delete lower. And you're going to see I have a bunch of points now, because when you divide it with that smooth thing turned off, it won't smooth it out, so it'll stay nice and hard edged. Now I can go to my move tool. I make sure you delete your lower here because you can't use deformers with it when you have subdivision levels on there. So I'm going to go here to my move tool, go here to say bend arc, and then just bend this a little bit so it kind of follows the contours of the glove. Right, there you go. So now we have that. And again, if you need to, you might need to adjust get your move brush and just kind of adjust it, but you know, just to make it stay where it needs to go. All right, so this is pretty much the main thrust of the thing. I'm going to do a couple more things. I'm going to do some detailing and some sculpting and some little inserting of parts here. And I'm just going to kind of do a final video, and I'll just go through showing you what I've done instead of showing it to you step by step, because I think for the most part you'll know how to do it. It's just a matter of showing you what I've done. Okay, so here's the final version of Cap. You can see I've done some detailing and painting on the leather and that kind of a thing. I've done some, I added some stripes onto these leg parts just by using masks and putting on some red paint. Again, I sculpted in some folds and wrinkles and stuff on the clothes just so they felt a little bit more lived in. And again, just a bunch of little painting and detailing. And I'm just going to demonstrate, basically the basics of how I did it. And then you can kind of extrapolate from there. You can see I also have the little Avengers logos on his shoulder. So again, I'll just show how I did those things very briefly, and you can kind of extrapolate. So let's talk about first the painting of all the leather and stuff to kind of make the leather feel a little bit more lived in, a little bit more realistic. It's just a bunch of painting with a brush. So let's say I have this little guy here. Let's say I have a brown, let's say I have that brown leather. So I'm just going to fill this with this color, right? Let's say this is the base coat for the leather. I go to my standard brush. I'll have it set to Z subtract as opposed to Z add, and I'll knock down the intensity to about 12. I'll turn RGB on, so I'm going to be painting and sculpting at the same time. I'm going to be digging in, and what I want to do is kind of get that kind of scratchy leather pattern. So I have the standard brush, but set to spray, and the alpha is this scratchy 660 alpha, and I'm going to have a light brownish color and a very small brush size, so that if I just start scrubbing on here, I'm going to get some of that leathery look. And again, I can push pretty hard and get that to show up. I might even tone down the Z intensity on the Z subtract so it doesn't go carve in quite so much, but you can get some really cool looks just by kind of like painting on some leather like that. What I also do sometimes is after I do that, I'll go to a darker color and with my regular old paintbrush and spray just some like a splotchy alpha, just kind of throw on some darkening areas here and there too, so it just doesn't seem quite so quite so uniform, something like that. But again, this is all up to you in terms of how you go about doing it. I also use a different alpha. It's called metal damage. Armor damage is in your light box in alpha, and you'll see it's going to be in a folder called metal. So that's a great kind of like scratchy alpha to kind of throw in some stuff like that. So that's how I did most of the leather. You'll see also there are some stitching areas here along the wrist and on the straps up here. I got some stitching. That's just simply a brush. So I'm going to have, again, my light color here. I'm going to go here to my brush palette. Okay, so I hit B for brush, hit S for stitch, and you're going to see a brush here called Stitch Basic. It's got RGB. I think that might be MRGB by default. I make it RGB. Pretty decent intensity. I can just tap and drag and you get a nice line of stitching as you drag it out there. Okay. Some other little things here for the leather. You can see some kind of like weathering along the edges here. That's just another brush. If I go up here to my light box and go to brush, let's go here to cloth, and you're going to see we have a bunch of really cool seam brushes. I think I used this one here. And again, it's got RGB turned on. It's got light color. I can just kind of come in here and just drag that out, and it kind of gives it a little bit of a rough edge there. So again, all the leather stuff is basically some combination of that. Let's talk about obviously sculpting the cloth is just sculpting, but you'll see here, for example, on the shirt and on the mask, I have these stripes, and this is just noise, just like we use the noise for the cheese spider, and the cheeseburger, there's noise for this as well. So let's go here. I'm going to go back to my sphere here. Go back to before I did anything. I'm just going to say, I'm going to pretend this is the shirt. Okay, so what you can do here is go here to noise, go to surface, go to noise. Now by default it's just a big bunch of blocky stuff, right? But what you can do here is go to this thing called noise plugin, and you can actually choose a pattern. I chose stripes. Now if I hit OK here and I want to make these stripes smaller, and of course I do, I'm going to go to, instead of noise scale, I'm going to go to plugin scale and turn that down. You can see here these stripes aren't quite the same size, so I can go back into my noise plug edit, and you're going to see, once this comes up, there's a little line here for a little slide here for stripe width, so I can just kind of make them relatively even. And you can see it's also got basic noise mixed in, the little specklies. I just turned that down to nothing. I don't want that at all. I want this to go side to side, so I have to come down here to my little angles here. So I went to Z angle and typed in 90 degrees. I hit the tab key to kind of accept that. Now you can see it's going that direction. It's mixing it with white. So if you wanted to make it a different color, you can mix it a different color. Crank up the strength so it looks like it's actually kind of like, you know, pushing out. That strength was cranked up way too much. It's kind of hard to tell on here, but there you go. And now you get your noise. So I just basically did that for the shirt and for the mask, just to kind of convey that that look. And the one other thing, really, I think, is just the Avengers logo on his shoulder here. So that's a relatively straightforward process as well. You can make anything just by kind of bringing in an alpha, something called shadow box. So once again, let me go to my little sphere. I'm going to go back down to level 1 and delete higher. So now I just have this low-res object. You need to have a kind of an object here in place. So you're going to swap it out for a new thing. So you're going to go here to geometry. You're going to go here to this little menu called shadow box. Now, if I just turn shadow box on, it's going to give me like this big box around here with a very low resolution model. So I'm going to turn shadow box off. And before I turn it back on, I want to crank up the resolution to maybe like 800 or 900, pretty high, or 750 is good. So I'll turn that on. What it's going to do is it's going to allow me to kind of have a cleaner model. Now, the way this works is you actually build your model with masking. So it'll take a look. If I hold down Control, and let's just go to my mask lasso here. If I Control, tap and drag to clear my mask, you're going to see I can actually kind of like just drag out a mask here, and it's going to, let me just clear my mask first. Now if I drag out a mask here, it's going to make the shape based on my mask. If I hold down Control and Alt, I can chop away from that and basically just make whatever shape I want, right? So it's kind of a cool way to make whatever shape you need. And if you have an actual alpha, you can bring it in. So I want to hold down Control and change my mask to my mask square so I can get a nice straight square here. And I imported this alpha, and I can just, you know, supply it for you, obviously. So I just came in here, hold down Control, and drag out my little A, right? Let it go, and you get a nice clean alpha here. Turn off shadow box. Now this looks a little weird because you have these. The floor has X, Y, and Z axes all turned on. Just turn on the Y, and I'll get rid of the rest of them. I just, you know, crunched it down, held down Control, dragged out a copy, grabbed a cylinder, right, and made it big enough, made it red, and, you know, combined them. And that was basically it. I just popped it in there. So it's just a quick little way. Again, so once I made that logo, here it was. I just went into my scene, right? So again, you know, here's the logo and here's my character. I just went to Subtool, Insert, and I just grabbed that logo and just scaled it down. Okay, so that's pretty much everything. So hopefully this was useful in showing you different ways to make characters. Again, there's lots of details that you can kind of experiment with and stuff like that. And again, if there are things you want to figure out, just let me know. But this is our Captain America with his shield. I'm going to do another little small series of videos with him without the mask in case you wanted to do him just with hair. Well, that way we can swap out the heads if you want. But that's just kind of an extra. Here's the main guy. Hopefully this was helpful. Okay, so in this little bit of videos here, I'm going to give him the alternate head, where basically he has, you know, facial hair and that kind of thing, well, eyebrows and hair, and maybe even the beard version too. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a folder and hide all the helmet stuff. So I'm just going to go here and in my subtool palette, and let's go here to new folder. I'm going to call that helmet. And I'm just going to drag up into there all the helmet parts. I think I'm missing just the A. I got to bring that to the very, very top here. So let's grab this A. I can hold down Shift, hit this little bent arrow, and it's going to move it to the very top. That way I can just kind of slide it into there. So now I can just turn the helmet off. Looks like I have to get these little hardware pieces also, so we'll do the same thing and just pop that in there. Okay, so now I can work on adding some, again, we have the weird paint stuff going on here. We'll adjust that after the fact. I just want to kind of start blocking in some of the helmet part, of the hair parts. Just going to do a quick little warm up his head a little bit here. Okay, so we need to give him eyebrows first. So let's go here to the head. Now I'm going to use the topology brush to draw out the eyebrows, and I don't think you can do that on something with subdivision levels. So I'm just going to come up here, duplicate the head, and this head is just going to be like a stunt double. I'm going to use it just for the sake of dragging out the eyebrows. I'm going to delete my lower subdivision levels. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to be getting rid of this anyway. So now I want to I'm going to choose a dark brown as my color, and I'm going to hit B for brush, T for topology, and go for topology. Okay, so let's go ahead and draw those eyebrows out. I'm going to turn on lazy mouse for this. I kind of prefer to have a little lazy mouse for this brush. I'll come up here and let's come down like this. I'll come here and do the same thing right here, like that. Okay, now I'm going to turn lazy mouse off because I don't need it for the crisscrossies. I just need it for the initial lines. Okay, let me make sure I have, oops, make sure they don't overlap like that. You hold down the Alt key and just drag through to kind of get rid of the little stragglers there. Now I can tap on here to make them their own thing. Split unmask points. Okay, and now I can just, now I'm going to hang on to this head. I might need it for an insert brush in a minute, so I'm just going to hide it for now. But these are the eyebrows. I'm just going to rename these eyebrows, and let's go ahead and take a look at them polyframe wise. So they're very, very low res, right? So let's hit B for brush, Z for Z modeler, and go to Z modeler. I'm going to hover over here and just give myself a couple extra edge loops to kind of keep those edges a little bit better. Let's go to slope solo here. I'm going to come in here and add a couple this way as well, right? Maybe come back here and add one at the end here to kind of keep that, and here. So now if I were to hit D just to go to dynamic subdivision mode, we get something like this. Now I think you can see here that the topology brush gives it these creases, and that's why they're staying very sharp. They shouldn't be that sharp. So I'm going to come here to geometry and go to crease and just choose uncrease all, and you're going to see right away it gets a little bit smoother, and that's fine, but I would like a little crease here. So I'm going to go here to crease level and make it 1, and then hit crease, and now it's going to let's make the crease tolerance 45 degrees, so it'll crease. There you go. So now it gives me a decent edge, but not so sharp that it looks unrealistic, right? So there we go. So got our little eyebrows there, and again, obviously adjust this as you see fit. Okay, so we have the eyebrows here. I'm just going to bring them a little bit down here. Okay, there we go. All right, so now obviously we need to give him some hair. So let's go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to do that probably using part of his head for that. So I'm just going to go to this head. This was the duplicate I made. I'm just going to go solo mode here for a second and go to Shift F. And I'm going to actually go back in time to before I got rid of the subdivision levels, because I'm just going to go back down to level, say 2, delete higher, and delete lower. So now I have a pretty decent number of points here. I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click on this part of the head and hit delete hidden. And I'm just going to kind of basically use this as a starting point for the hair. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to my side view here, hold down Control and Shift and change this to my select lasso, and let's go ahead and get rid of, oops, Control Shift and Alt, get rid of all the faces that I know do not represent where the hair is going to be. Say right here, say something like maybe like right here, right? I'll get rid of these little guys around the ear. Okay, so it needs to be roughly like this, right, for now. I'm going to hit delete hidden again, remesh with half. All right, I'm going to do a little bit of I'm going to mask out right here in the middle. Make sure it didn't go through the back. If it did, Control and Alt to unmask it. And I'm going to mask out, turn on double side so I can see better here. I'm going to mask out the little parts down here, and maybe this little point right here, and then just do a polish to kind of clean it up a little bit. There you go. And now I'll just come back here and get my move brush and adjust this so that it's more in keeping with what I'm going for here. Okay, remesh with same. All right, so now we have some basic hair starters here, basically. And let's go ahead and go to let's go and Control and Shift. I'm going to go here and change this to my slice curve, and I'm just going to cut right through the side here. So I'll hit X, turn the symmetry off, and Control Shift, and just tap and drag right through here to essentially create a part in the hair. Okay, and now I'm going to hit Keep Groups, remesh with same, and now I have this. So now I have basically these two different parts here. And the reason why I want to do this is because I want to actually kind of extrude these based on the different poly groups here. So let's go to B, Z modeler, hover over this. I'm going to go to extrude poly group all, extrude that out, and then I'm going to do the same thing for here. Okay, so now basically I have these two different parts here. Now what I'm going to do is hold down Control and Shift and click on these top two and come down here to my poly group menu and hit auto group. That way they're going to be two separate poly groups, so I can work on them separately. Okay, let's go to my move brush here. Hold down Control and Shift and go back to, say, your selection tool so you don't accidentally use that slice curve anymore. I'll Control Shift tap to bring everything back. And now I can see what I have to work with here, right? So now I can see this is where I currently am. I'm going to make this hair a little bit blonder, a little bit more like sandy colored maybe. All right, and now I'm going to do some sculpting here. Okay, so I'm probably going to be using some other bits of clay to add to the hair here. This is really just a way of kind of like creating some under hair, I guess that makes any sense. Some hair beneath the surface here. It's just a kind of a starting point, right? So I'm going to go here. Let's just see if I can remesh one more time. No, I don't like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and start basically working with this. So I'm going to hit B for brush. I'm going to go to my Z modeler brush really fast and go here and insert a couple of edge loops just in the certain areas where I want to make sure we don't lose too much thickness. So I'm just going to add a couple of edge loops right here and here, just so that now if I hit D, right, you can see kind of how it works, right? So again, not even close to what I want, but we're getting better. I'm going to come to the side here with my move brush and just kind of establish a little bit more of a clear sideburn here. All right. Anyway, so let's go ahead and I'm going to subdivide just once, Control D, and I'm going to hold down Control and Shift and click on this little part here and then mask it out. So Control tap in the space to mask it out, Control tap and to bring everything back, and then Control tap again to invert my mask. I'm going to hold down Control and tap on the mesh to kind of blur it a little bit. So now basically I can do a little bit of sculpting. I'm going to come here and grab my clay buildup brush, and I don't think it matters because it's masked, but I'm going to turn off here and hit back face masking anyway. That way it won't go through to the back, you know, if it does. So I'm just going to start building up a little bit here. I might need to use my move brush for this, but I wanted to kind of see if I can already start dragging out some kind of like hair clump feels here. Get my move brush instead, right, and just kind of pull this up a little bit here. Look at it from the side view just to kind of get the overall profile that I'm looking for. Okay, I'm going to Control tap and drag to clear my mask. Now I'm going to Control tap on this side, do the same thing, mask it out, bring everything back, invert it, and then just kind of bring this up a little bit. Maybe go to my clay buildup brush, and again, just the tiniest little bit of indication here of some kind of hair movement. Go ahead and clear your mask. So again, this is just getting myself a little indication of something before I start actually sculpting for real. Now the sides, obviously, is get my move brush and push the sides in a little bit better so that we're closer to where we want to be. Let's hit Control D again to get a little bit more points. This part is a little too intense, so I'm just going to go get my inflate brush and just run that right across there. But generally speaking, I think it's easier to sculpt like this if you have your polygroups masked. So I'm just Control Shift tap on this guy, mask it, bring everything else back, invert that, right? Control tap a few times to blur it, and now I can go once again clay buildup or whatever brush you want. I just want to kind of start giving myself, like I said before, this kind of visual indication of where the hair clumps are going to be and what direction they're going. And just maybe from the side here, I'm going to kind of like start having this curl around. Remember, I have backface masking on. I don't know that it matters because the underside is masked actually, but I just don't want to have to worry about that being a problem when I use this brush. Okay, so again, do the same thing. With control tapping a few times, kind of blur that mask a little bit. Now I can kind of just start, because since I've subdivided twice already, I already have enough faces, so this is going to start looking at least a little more like hair. This is still a very, very clear part here, so I'm just going to go to inflate this, maybe even smooth, just to kind of make that a little bit, you know, less. I might end up putting more clay over top of that, but for now, let's go with that. And let's hit Control D one more time, and once again, I'm just going to Control Tap, mask it out, bring back, inflate, sorry, invert, Control Tap a bunch of times. Now I'm going to get B for brush, hit O, and there's a brush called Orb Cracks. It's the only brush that begins with O, so once you hit the O key, it's just going to grab it. And this is just kind of like damn standard, but it's just a little bit more carvy, if that makes any more sense. That way I can just kind of start carving in some real indications now of exactly, you know, where the hair clump indications are going to be here. Right, so I'm just going to kind of bring that down like that. Okay, go to my side view and kind of do the same thing here, kind of like just maybe start from here, like this. And, you know, again, you can just, whatever you think, just to kind of get that hair feel. All right, so whatever works for you. This is still early stages. I'm going to isolate this side now and do the same thing. And basically, I'm kind of following the indications I gave myself already with the clay buildup, just to kind of, you know, get that indication in there. Okay, clear your mask, and now you can get your move brush if you need to as well, and just kind of like start adjusting the overall shape. I'm going to bring this down a little bit here in the center, a little inflate to bring them together here, right? Get your move brush again, and just, because once you get those lines in there, then using the move brush to kind of push it around can really help. Okay, Control D one more time, and we're going to do a little bit more of the same. Go to my Orb Cracks brush, right, and just kind of be a little bit less careful now, because we want this to start being a little bit more noticeable. And smooth out where you need to smooth out. So this is just a process that I'm going to use for this. And once you get these little indications here, then you can kind of go in with standard or clay buildup or whatever, and just start kind of lightly building up the clay in those areas, right? I'm going to try and crisscross over that little part here to kind of cover it up a little bit. Clay buildup is good for that. But again, clay buildup is great for filling in those little gaps that you implied with your Orb Cracks brush, right? And it's just nice to kind of build up over top of that, to kind of, and it's got that kind of rough alpha, so it kind of gives the impression of strands of hair pretty well, I think. And just keep, you know, try and kind of keep in mind that you're kind of trying to create this idea of hair that's kind of flowing a little bit. So do the best you can with that, obviously, to kind of maintain that that feeling there. Brush a little bit smaller here for the sideburns. Okay, and don't forget, you can also hold down the Alt key and kind of push in with clay buildup to kind of dig in if you need to. Okay. Okay, so something like that is, again, it's a perfectly valid just way to kind of go about setting up the idea of hair. You can divide one more time if you need to, but I think, you know, you get the idea. This is kind of a good way to go. If I go to geometry, I can go here to clay polish, hit this button. It'll kind of run a polish and kind of smooth it out a little bit. It does give you a slight mask. You have to make sure you put that mask, but this is kind of a good way to clean things up. Okay, next video I'm going to do a little bit of additional hair stuff and do a little painting. So one of the things I might want to do here is get a couple of little strands of hair, because right now it's just all one giant helmet, which again, perfectly fine, nothing wrong with that. I'm going to move this up a little bit because if I do want this to be printed out and I want to have an option for a haired version and a helmeted version, I want to make sure that this does not hit the collar, because I want to make sure that those two fit. But anyway, so what I can do is just bring in a couple little strands of hair. So let's go here to subtool here. I'm going to rename this hair. And let's hit insert. I'm just going to insert a shape. It doesn't really matter what it is because I'm going to swap it out for a different shape anyway. So let's go here to my gear and I'm going to choose, let's choose a cylinder. Let's take a look at this from the side here. So this is probably okay in terms of the overall subdivisions here. I'm going to just bring it up a little bit more and give myself a bunch of vertical ones like this. Okay, and then let's just go here to my gizmo. And let's scale this whole guy down a little bit here. Let's bring this forward. Hold down shift, rotate out 90 degrees. You don't need to do it, I guess, 90 degrees, but I'm just going to. I'm going to scale this down vertically like this. And I'm going to kind of scale it down like this. So basically, I'm just going to like make this into a flattened type of hair. Now, I'm just going to do a little bit of a weird thing here. I'm just going to kind of hold down my mask lasso here. Look at it from the top. I'm just going to mask out every like second or third point here. I'm not really even counting. I'm just like randomizing it a little bit here, but I'm masking out the outer ones every third or fourth one. Then you're going to go to my move tool here and I'm going to hold down the alt key and scale in from the top, which means it's going to scale out everything but the top. And by scaling it in like that, we get kind of like this kind of a thing where it's kind of just, it's got a rough edge to it, right? It'll just make it a little bit more irregular. Now I'm going to go to my gear and go to taper. And that happens sometimes, right? So if that happens, if it goes back to normal again, I'm just going to move it off to the side. I'm going to hit mirror and weld, and then hold down Control, Shift, and Alt, hide the original, delete hidden, and sometimes now the duplicate won't do that. Sometimes it will. Who knows? We'll see. This time it doesn't. So you see where it worked out okay for us. I'm going to taper this a little bit. So this is going to be basically a little strand of hair, right? So I'm going to start with this one. I might want to have a few of these. And so first things first, it's not painted. Let's hit fill object. So I'm just going to duplicate this because I want to have the original that I can come back to if I want to change the size or whatever. But this is just going to be a few little strands. So I'm going to scale this down and put this, say, right here. Note that I have the move tool at the base. That way it makes it easier for me to scale it from the root instead, right? So I'm just going to kind of put this right here. And let's go to, say, my bend curve, give myself 3 little dots here, and I can just kind of pop this right in here, move this up, right? So it's like, you know, just a little bit of a strand of hair kind of like hanging down, so it's not, his hair isn't perfectly coiffed, you know, kind of like this. Hit accept. Now I'm going to hold down Alt and Tab just to kind of move the move tool there. That way I can just hold down Control and move out a second one if I want to. Right, scale it out a little bit, maybe rotate it, so I can just have a few if I need to, right? Just give me a few extra little things here. Just again, you can also just crunch it in, rotate it down, whatever, just to kind of make it feel like he's got, you know, a little bit of irregularity in the hair there. Okay, I can just rotate them both down if I want to. Oops, wrong button. Okay, something like that. And I can come down here if I want to and go to poly groups, hit auto group. That way they're 2 separate groups. I can just Control Shift click on either one of them and rotate them or move them separately if I need to. So just keep that in mind after you've cleared your mask. It's not like you're stuck. You can get your move brush or your move tool and just kind of, you know, adjust it as you see fit. Okay, I'll just hit D to kind of see a smooth preview of that, and that's pretty cool. Right. So just again, just kind of give myself a little bit of a variety there. Now, in terms of the other one, let's go back to this guy again. And again, I'm just going to duplicate it so I have a copy in case I need it. But this one here, I might want to. This is something you don't need to do. Obviously, none of this stuff is stuff that you need to do. But I might want this to kind of give myself some indications of some loose hair, like coming here. So scale this down a little bit. And I'm going to reorient my tool here and go to, say, bend curve again. And I can just kind of like, you know, look at this from the top and kind of have it come back this way. So just, you know, in case you need to or want to have the hair feel a little less like it's completely a single piece, you can totally just kind of like grab some of these and kind of just put them around the hair. Because again, sometimes having just a giant helmet of hair like that, it just kind of feels fake. So you know, you can just go ahead and do that as much as you want to. I'm just going to hit this little gear, hit accept. And again, because it's a piece of clay, I just get my move brush too and just adjust it if I need to. And hit D to make it look smooth, right? So again, like it's whatever you think. I'm just going to kind of let that sit roughly on top of his head like this and just pull it out. Okay, just to kind of give it, again, just a little indication of something different here. Now, I'm going to do one more, this little guy, and I'm just going to hold down Alt to move it up to the top here, and then I'm going to move this, scale this down, and this is going to be on the other side. So I'm going to go here, scale it out a little bit like this, rotate it 90 degrees this way, and then move this to the side here, like right here. And this once again go to our trusty bend curve and just bring it back this way if we want something like this, right? So just again, just to break up the hair parts. Let's bring it right about there, right? Something like that. Okay, go to my gear, hit accept, hit D to make it look smooth. Get your move brush and just do what you gotta do. But I just feel like adds a little bit more to it. Now, in the final video of the hair, I'm going to do some painting. Then we'll do a mustache and beard. Now, what I'm going to do for painting the hair, first of all, I'm going to go here, and all these little hair strands, I'm just going to merge them into each other, and just rename them hair strands. Okay, but for the hair, one of the things you can do, again, once you've carved in a bunch of indentations like this, tough word, you can paint this based on the ups and downs. So let me explain what I mean. So here's the basic hair color that I have, right? And I'm going to have that color, and I'm going to hit switch color. So now it's like my backup color. This color here is a dark brown, okay? And I'm just going to hit fill object. So I'm filling it with this dark color for a second. And now I'm going to hit switch color to bring this back to the front. And I want to basically use a certain brush to paint only like the top parts of the hair, so that I can leave the dark color kind of in the gaps. So to do that, I'm going to use this brush. It's called a trim dynamic brush. So hit B for brush, hit T for trim dynamic, and you want to find trim dynamic. Now this brush by default has nothing to do with color. It's designed essentially to kind of to remove bumps. So if I trim it, so I would go here, see how kind of it knocks those bumps down. Well, I don't want to do that, but I do want to take advantage of the fact that it's designed to find the high points. I'm going to hide the strands for a second so you can see this. So what I want to do now is I want to come up here and turn off Z sub. I don't want it to actually subtract from clay at all. I want it to paint, so I'm going to turn on RGB. Okay, I might tone down my RGB intensity a little bit, but not much. And now, because I have this light color, if I paint here, you see it's just going to hit the top parts, and it's going to kind of ignore, for the most part anyway, the parts that are kind of like below the surface here. So I can kind of like come in here and let it leave behind. Let's go to solo mode here. Let it leave behind some of those those kind of recessed areas. Okay, so again, it's not beautiful, it's not perfect necessarily, but it's just kind of a cool way to try that out. Now, what you can also do, if you want to get even cleaner, let's just fill this hair with this light color again, and keep this color here on the left-hand side, the dark color, because remember, every brush, if you hold down Alt, it does the opposite. So now if I hold down Alt, it's going to paint, but it's going to paint with the back color, and it's going to paint not on the top parts, but in the recessed parts. So I can kind of come in here and get a little bit more like I can hit the recessed areas too a little bit. So it's just a little way to give yourself a little, you can also just take your finger off Alt and just hit the high points again. So you can kind of go back and forth, just so you know, right? So that's how I like to kind of give myself a little indication anyway of this. This is just for the sake of visualization, but it kind of gives you this cool look here. So this is just an idea. Okay. All right, so there we go. So now let's work on adding some facial hair. So I'm going to do that pretty much the same way I did the hair. Let's grab this head, bring our strands back here. And for our strands, by the way, I'm just going to go to my dark color, go to my paintbrush with a low intensity and a little fuzzy alpha, and just kind of hit the bottoms of them so like the roots are darker. That's all like that. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the face again, and let's go ahead and duplicate the face. And we're going to do it pretty much the same way we did the hair, which is to just take the faces we want and get rid of them. And so now let's go to this new head, go to my geometry, go down to say level 2 again, delete lower, delete higher. Let's go to solo mode and go to polyframe. And now let's get the faces that we want to make the beard and the mustache out of, right? So I'm going to hold down Control and Shift. I'm going to get rid of the ones I know I don't need. The ear, for example. So Control Shift tap on the ear, and Control Shift tap on it a second time, and now it's Control Shift tap on the neck part, the eyes, right? And I guess we can keep everything else. Let's go here to delete hidden. Okay, so now let's figure out where you want the beard to be. So I'm going to hold down Control. Actually, you know what? Let's hit Control W. Let's just make everything one group here, because I don't need anything on top here, right? So let's go to Control and Shift and go to my selection lasso. I don't need anything on the back of the head or anything up to say where the top of the ear would be. So let's get rid of all that stuff. Okay. Now let's use, say, my clip curve, select my slice curve. So go to my slice curve here, and hold down Control and Shift, and click and drag. Now I can let go of the Shift key so I can move this more. Now I can come here, remember, and I can just I'm going to hold that space bar and go up here. I'm going to just come from the top here like this. I'm going to tap Alt to come down, tap Alt, tap Alt, tap Alt, tap Alt. There you go, like this. Now I'm just going to cut that part off, and I'm going to come from the top down and do the same thing this way. So Control Shift, tap and drag. Now I can come down here and tap Alt, tap Alt, tap Alt. Boom. So now basically I've given myself just this green area here, right? So hold down Control and Shift and go back to my selection rectangle. Let's isolate this and delete hidden, right? Now once again, we'll make sure X is on. We're going to hit remesh with same. There we go. And let's turn on double sided so we can see we got the inside of this mouth here. So obviously Control and Shift and Alt and drag out a square over that we don't want. Delete hidden. Right, there we go. So now we have this part here, and again, make sure symmetry is on. You can get your move brush and adjust this shape. I'm just going to go to solo mode for a second and mask out the bottom part here, so that doesn't go anywhere. I'm going to mask out this part here so I don't mess that up, and now I can just get my move brush and kind of adjust where I want the beard shape to be. Right here, kind of like this. Right. I can actually mask out, to make it easier, I can kind of mask out this little area. Control tap to invert and do a quick little polish just to kind of smooth it out a little bit so it's not quite so bumpy. There we go. So now I'm just going to go to extrude, right? So hit B for brush, Z for Z modeler, hover over this little face here. Any one of these, make sure it's set to extrude polygroup all, and then extrude it out until you get the shape that you want. And now, again, I'm just going for me, I'm going to come on the inside here and extrude this into the face, because on the off chance that I print this, right, I want to make sure there's no gap in between. So now I can even extrude this out a little bit more, but what I want to do is simply go to my move brush, hold down Control and Shift and click on this outer polygroup, mask it out, Control Shift tap to bring everything back, and then invert, and now I can just come here and do a little bit of, I can kind of pull that out a little bit more, lengthen it from the face, get the look that I want. Okay, like this. I can control tap and drag to kind of clear that mask and kind of push that into the face a little bit. Obviously this looks a little bit weird right now. That's okay, we're getting there. In terms of like what we're looking for. We have to give them the mustache as well. We need to kind of adjust the shape a little bit. But let's give them the mustache and start sculpting this part in the next video. I'm just going to smooth it down a little bit, but yeah, next video is going to be the mustache. Okay, now as far as the actual mustache goes, I'm not going to do that thing where I mask out or remove parts. There's not a whole lot of space there, so let's just go ahead and do this manually. I'm going to go to my side view, get my move tool here, and my move tool here, and I want to make sure I fill this with the color. I'm going to hold down Control and just drag out a copy of this, and then go to my little gear and swap this out for a polysphere. Now before I do, you see here I have symmetry on, so let's hit X, turn symmetry off, hit the Google Maps icon to center it, and then give myself just one. I'm going to go to polysphere. Okay, I'm going to fill it with that color, and now I'm just going to go back to my gear, gizmo, and I'm going to start squashing this down, making this a little bit narrower here. Okay, go to my side view. Let's make it like this. Let's bring it up. And now let's go here to my bend curve. Okay, and don't worry about the color going away. It's okay. I'm just going to grab this guy, and I'm going to grab this. And before I do anything else, I'm going to hover over green arrow and make it 1. It's going to make it symmetrical. So if I do it on one side, it's going to do it on both sides. So now if I scale this down a little bit, see how there's on both. I can do that. Move it up here like this. Okay. I'll go underneath here if I want and pull this forward, so kind of the mustache is going to kind of like attach to his face better. Go to my gear, hit accept. I'm going to move this straight back. Remember, symmetry is not on right now. Oh, geez, wrong button. Symmetry is not on right now, so make sure that you're looking at this straight from the side. Okay, now I'm going to hit X to turn symmetry on, and let's go ahead and fill that with a color a little bit more. Let's bring this up, right, and bring this down so that it kind of conforms what we need it to do. Going to bring this up a little bit here. Let's move it down a little bit, just kind of bring this back to where it needs to be. I might need to push this back this way. And I might need to kind of control tap to invert that mask and kind of just bring the beard up to meet it a little bit better. Right? And control tap again to invert that, and I need to bring the mustache down. Okay, now again, I'm going to separate this mustache now, split unmasked points, because the mustache needs to have a lot more a lot better topology, right? So let's go here and hit same, remesh. So now we have a little bit of a better look here. So make sure we fill it again so we don't lose that color. Okay, turn off polyframe. And now it's just going to be a matter of doing essentially the same thing we did with the hair, which is just sculpting in what we need, right? So again, I need to kind of make sure that the mustache width makes the most sense here. And maybe I have to kind of come out over the lip a little bit. Okay, and again, I'm just going to subdivide, Control D, give myself a little bit more. Go to my clay buildup brush, make sure back face masking is on, so I can come in here and just sculpt without having to worry about going through to the other side and messing anything up. Just going to kind of just come in here and again, just give myself a little indication of hair. Control D again to get some more points, so I can kind of start being a little bit more aggressive with that, right? Hit B and then O for orb cracks, which is a great brush again to kind of add in some more deliberate lines here. Control D again. Okay, so now I'm getting there, I think, in terms of like getting that general idea, that general impression of a mustache. I'm going to come here and kind of cut in from the top a little bit just to kind of break up that shape so it's not quite so like straight across. I want it to feel like these are actually different clumps of hair, right? So kind of like that. Now I'm going to go here to the beard and kind of do the same thing. I'm going to come here. Let's go ahead and just remesh this because I want to have a rounder edge there. Make sure I fill it with that color again. And just like before, right? Control D to kind of get some points. Let's go to clay buildup. Make sure backface masking is still on. And again, just start, giving that indication there. Just take a look at what you think the beard needs to look like. Get some reference if you want. Kind of like this. Again, I'm going to Control D again to give myself a few more points. Make sure to use the clay buildup brush, whatever brush you think is going to be best for kind of blocking in that indication of hair. But for me, clay buildup is really good for this. Right? Again, make sure you have backface masking on so it doesn't kind of like mess up the other side and kind of pull it away from the face, which it will do if you're not careful. Control D again. Let's go back to orb cracks and come in here and just start, giving ourselves more clear indications of the way this beard hair should, or be like the beard clumps or whatever you want to call it, looks. And I'm going to come in here just like before, and I'm going to start kind of like cutting in from above and below to kind of just to break up the edge so it feels more like it's a little bit more of an irregularly growing bit of hair. All right. There you go. Okay, so that's kind of the idea here. Now again, like you can do as much as you want to in terms of painting this. You can do the same thing. We can go to our clay ocean dynamic brush, right? get to that color here and just lightly, with a very low color intensity, just start hitting some of the top parts just to kind of give it a little bit more of a color variation. Do the same thing to the mustache if you want, or you can just hold down Alt and paint with the darker color and kind of get some recessed areas. Right, so this is just kind of the idea that I was trying to get across here, is that you can do a little bit of each. You can have two options here. You can have the facial hair version. You can have just the regular hair version. So like you have if you want to do kind of like the pre endgame version where he just has hair like this, or you can do the endgame version where you got the beard. Whichever works best for you, but at least you have the options now of doing a bunch of different head shapes and head types and going from there.